Wafula anaishi huko kwetu. Sasa nikamuuliza kama naweza join. Akaniambia ni sawa, nikakuja. Sasa mimi nachezanga defender na imenisaidia sana. Kitambo nilikuwa nacheza Githurai Strikers. Hiyo timu ikaisha, nikakaa home sasa sipati timu. Na nikauliza coach Wafula kama naweza join. Akanikaribisha akaniambia naweza join, sasa ndo nikajoin. Hapa watu wengi ndio wako na talent na tujui. Sasa inaweza tusaidia sana, tunaweza enda mbali sana.
Kwa majina naitangwa Mark, Grawa ananitanga Makinto. Makngata. Lakini Grawa unita Makinto. Kaguse nimejoin this year. Kaguse ni timu nzuri sana. Nilikuanga nyoso, hadi sikuanga najua kucheza ball. Sasa unaona nikifunga hapa. Coach Wafula nilifunza kudribble, kupiga pass, kuturn. Hadi sasa naweza taka tu niende majuni yomoke nikuwe kama trend. Mimi ni fullback.
My name is John Wafula. Mimi ni coach hapa Kaguse under the management of Coach Karimi. Kwanza ndo ni join team. Coach Karimi alikuwa atutrainisha hapa hivi down. Tukao vijana wengi pamoja. So after zoezi alisema nani anaweza penda kuwa coach. So tulitokezea vijana 4. So wakatoka watu vijana lakini mimi sikutoka. Tulikuwa group tunatoka area moja, zone moja, wengine 44, wengine Kawa West. So wenye walitokea walikuwa wa Kawa West. So nikaona mimi sitatokea hiyo masaa. Juu ningetokea ilikuwa tungesema nimetokea juu. For example, Junti amekuja, Mako amekuja. So sasa tulikuwa tunaenda home. Nikamwambia coach Karimi, nikamuuliza coach, kesho pia mimi naweza come kutrain. So coach Karimi aliitikia na the following day nilikam kutrainisha. Tulikuja tukakuja tukao 4. Coach Karimi alikuwa atuambia Kaguse ni basi. So kuna wase kwa unataka kushukia hapa Ruisambu utashuka, kwa unataka kuendelea na Jani utaendelea. So tulianza tukipungua tukakuwa 3. Watu kaenda kujitoa. So singe tukipata na zoezi, mmoja anasema sikuweza kukam, juu hakuna kile tunalipwa. So wengi wanataka nitoke kwa Coach Karimi kutrainisha, na mimi nawaambia mimi siwezi. So wengine wananiuliza kana napata do, lakini mwambia mimi na learn a lot na pia nasaidia watoi. Juu pia kuna wase wengine huko mtaa wangependa kupata chance ya kama kusaidia watoi hapa, lakini hawawezi.
Inasimagwa hivyo.
Kwa nataka unipeleka hapa kwa stage.
Lipa kwanza. Hautaiba, hii ni mpya.
Everything is sparkling clean. Arrange me.
Ndio hiyo sasa nitakulipa hiyo tarehe 7.
Ndio yangu nayo ilalangi.
Kwenda kabisa.
Takula hivyo vibaya kama mtoto mdogo ya class 2, hata mtoto mdogo ya class 2 ukabatali.
Nani?
Huu naye iko wapi? Mokaka selisha rensen kitambo na akaenda.
Kama wanajeshi wale wa kukagua gwaride. Unajua hauzeeki kabisa.
Ulikuwa unataka nizeke unipeleke buchari gani?
Sasa hii mokaka hakuna. Takasi iko mzuri namna gani?
Hii ni kazi gani unaweza ambia watu ni kazi?
Is that for sale? The gray one?
Yes, that's for sale.
Bring it.
Sure, sir.
My budget's about...
Why are you still moody?
I bought you in a purse.
Are you pretending to be rich or just insane, huh? Where'd you get that kind of money?
I'll work hard and buy you a leather one.
Don't buy expensive stuff for me. You like?
Yes, and a great morning. Karibuni sana on Sports Checks. This lovely morning, we're here to talk about matter sports. Plenty to speak with this lovely morning. You know, it's been a great weekend for Kenya and Kenyan sports, especially beginning with the local rivals. That's in football, Mashemeji Derby, FC Leopards and Gor Mahia squaring it out yesterday at Nyayo, and all the points being, of course, you know, pocketed by Gor Mahia, which firmly puts them under in the control of the league leadership. And as far as the title race is concerned, well, Mashemejis, that's Ingwe, will have to lick their wounds and maybe hope that along the way, with 4 or 5 matches remaining, one could drop points. Now count the luck on from the other side, and also not forgetting what has been happening from Friday evening. That was the FKF leadership row, you know, series of flurry of letters between FIFA, FKF, but we hope that great grounding or middle ground will be found for the row not to escalate and have the ripple effects affecting players and the ecosystem of football. Sebastian Sawe, the big news coming from London yesterday, new world record in our hands. And talking about that, I'll be speaking with athletics journalist Mr. Okeo, who is in the studio already. But remember, we have also Naomi Wafula, Kenyan pro golfer. He's been out there in South Africa where she, you know, tested her turning pro last year. She's been playing, she was lucky to have a slot in the prestigious Sunshine Development Golf Tour. And she was in South Africa for 2 months early this month. And she's here to share her experiences in this particular series and really what her plans and targets at this particular season. I'm Bernardo Kumu. Karibuni sana, but remember, also be keeping tabs on what's happening in the country, especially the Africa Connected Summit that's ongoing here in Nairobi. We'll be joining our crew on the ground. But let's begin with Naomi Wafula. Naomi, karibu sana on Sports Check. Good to have you. Last time we talked to you, had just turned pro and you had just gotten the slot, you know, to join the SDT, the Sunshine Development Tour. But right now you've tested the waters. Karibu again, but how has it been for you since, you know, you turned pro and also featured in the in South Africa in the Sunshine Development Tour?
Last year I turned pro. I became the first female to turn under the Professional Golfers of Kenya, which was an amazing milestone for me. It was always my dream to turn professional and play internationally. And I'm so grateful we had the Sunshine Development Tour start in Kenya, which was an amazing pathway for us talented golfers from East Africa to go to the bigger stage internationally. And after making cuts in most of the events from season 1, I got the opportunity to go play in South Africa. I got the Sunshine Ladies Tour card. So I just came back from South Africa. I participated in 6 Sunshine Ladies Tour events, and it was an amazing experience. It's very different from back here in Kenya, but I was so happy to put the Kenyan flag up there internationally, because mostly you see the Kenyan flag in running, in rugby, internationally, and it's now getting better that we have golf also. We are flying the Kenyan flag internationally up there. Yeah.
How high did it fly during the 6 events? What kind of experience do you get while in South Africa during the 6 events?
The experience it's tough. You have to really do a lot of practice, and you're playing against the best players from all over the world. So everybody in the field is very good, so you have to do a lot of hard training to be able to compete in that stage. And I feel like it's also a very white dominated sport. So sometimes you're just 1 or 2, 3 colored black girls out there. And I feel it's for me to compete out there, I feel I'm encouraging and giving hope to juniors back here in Kenya and East Africa that we colored black girls, we belong out there in the big stage as well.
Sure.
Yes.
And now how do you handle that, you know, finding yourself that you're the only one there probably, and even like in South Africa there's nobody else but you who's coming from Kenya? But mentally, what does that get you to?
For me, when I am out there, I count it as a blessing because that's always been my dream since I was a kid, to play on that big international level. And it's a blessing for me, and I hope when I'm out there, I'm just always hoping that this is encouraging somebody else out there, that's wherever you come from, you can do it, you can compete in these big stages. Yeah.
And maybe did your performances point to, somewhat give a guide on where we are as far as maybe women golf is concerned, especially in East Africa?
I will say we are, after South Africa, Kenya comes second in the golf destination in Africa. So I'll say we are doing really great. And the level there, it's very tight competition. Golf, South Africa is a very golf destination place. So many golf courses, the level there's so many good players. So it also makes you grind hard. Yeah.
And definitely that particular exposure and experience will be vital and crucial for you, especially now that you're back and you're looking forward to the local tours and series.
Yes, I feel it's made me a very tough player, having played those 6 events in South Africa, because after I came back, we started the second season of the Sunshine Development Tour and the Professional Golfers of Kenya Equator Tour, which just concluded yesterday, and I was able to make cut in a field of men. So it just shows that me going to South Africa, it really boosted me, it's made me tougher than I was before I went there. Yeah.
And talk about the rest of the, the female golfers that you're with, especially in this particular, the PGK, the Professional Golfers Tour, with the vet lab leg. Now you're looking forward to the second leg, which will be later on next month. But what do you make of the three of you, of the rest of your counterparts who are also in the team?
Yeah, right now we are only 3 professional females in Kenya. So we are grateful that the Professional Golfers of Kenya have given us that opportunity, and they allow us to compete with the men. Otherwise, we have to go outside Kenya to be able to compete in the big stages. But they've set these pathways for us, and we also have corporates who are supporting golf right now in a big way. So we are very grateful for these opportunities, and we are hoping that more girls can be able to join the sport. It's also been a very male-dominated sport. When I was playing as a junior, most times we were just 2 girls, 3 girls playing with the boys. But right now we have so many junior programs, and we have so many girls who've picked up the sports, and we have so many potential junior girl golfers who can now turn professional and play it as a career. So I think we're heading in the right direction. Yeah.
I mean, and also maybe just three is such a small number, but I know that there are, different initiatives, several efforts that are being done just to shore up the number, have the number rise. But what else will get maybe the girls play golf, more of them, maybe in the next 5 years, because 3 is such, a small number, going back to the days of your mentor, Rose Naliaka, and up to now, it's unimaginable to think that we still have that number that's low.
Yeah, actually, we are also very grateful to Rose Naliaka for starting the girls program, golf program for us when we were younger, which has made us who we are today. And I will say, right now, there is also so many junior programs encouraging girls to play the sport and take it as a career. And there's so many potential from the junior girl golfers. So I feel in the next 5 years, in the future, we'll have more girls turning professionals, and the number is definitely growing for the girls. And we have a lot of support, so the number is growing for the girls. Yeah.
Well, who are some of the players that you have your eye on and you're watching them come up, especially the female golfers?
We have Kanana Mudhoni. She's very talented. She's upcoming junior. We have Bianca Ngeshu and her sister Brianna. We have Chanel Wangare. Like, there's quite a number of them who are very talented, and they want to take the sport as a career, which is a good sign. And most of these girls, they look up to us. We are their role models. So we also try to set up, we also try to go the right way, to do the right things, to be disciplined in the sports, to work hard, so that we can motivate the young juniors upcoming. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. And having been in South Africa, or rather in the Sunshine Development Tour, 6 events, and now you're back, have your targets changed in a way?
Yes, my targets have changed. I've learned, I got a lot of lessons when I went down in South Africa, and my targets have definitely changed. So I'm so grateful that South Africa made me see the things in a different way, especially for taking golf as a career. So I'm going to take in the lessons that I took in South Africa, apply them in the upcoming tournaments. Right now we are on a break, and from next month we'll be back-to-back competing almost every week. So I feel that South Africa prepared me so well for these experiences. Yeah.
And what lessons did you pick from South Africa?
It's a grind. You have to eat, sleep, dream, golf if you want to take it as a career. So it's a grind. You have to 100% really focus, be disciplined, and work for it. Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
And what has kept you consistent all this time, looking at South Africa and also looking at what's coming up? You mean you've been consistent from age 12 or 13? Yes.
Yes. Well, golf is that sport where you'll have your good seasons, your bad seasons. So for me, it's really taught me that you have to fight through all of it. The good seasons, the bad seasons, sometimes you're putting in so much work and you're not getting good outcome. Yes. But I feel like it's just like life. Like sometimes you're trying to do things in life and it doesn't go your way. So golf is like that. It makes you really want more. Even like if you don't make it today, it makes you to go back tomorrow and keep trying, just to keep trying until it comes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And when you're putting in work and maybe the results are not coming, or they're coming in but not in a way that you wanted, that maybe switches your concept of what hard work is.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bit of a disappointment when you're putting in a lot of work and it's not coming through. But I've read a lot of the stories from the big players who've made it really big in history, the international big players. And when you look back at their stories, you see that even them from the start, it was not always good. So like sometimes they'll fail to make the cuts, but it's how you just take things positively, you take in the lessons and keep pushing. And most of them, they miss cuts from the start, but today they're the best players in the world. So it's just about taking in the lessons and just keep pushing. Yeah.
Of the big stories, maybe whose story sticks out for you?
Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods, he's a colored golf. He's one of the best golfers in history of golf, and him as a colored player out there, golf is also a very white-dominated sport internationally. But Tiger, every time he went out there, like sometimes he was not even allowed to get into the clubhouses because he was colored. When he got to the parking of the golf clubs, he'll just ask where is the next tee box and what's the course record, and he'll go straight to the tee box because they wouldn't allow him to go in and to go into the clubhouses because he was colored. So I feel he didn't let that put him down. He fought through it all. So Tiger is a great inspiration that, you don't focus on the negative that comes your way. You focus on the positive and you'll make it. Yes.
Yeah, and for you also, maybe you could have experienced it a little bit when you're in South Africa. Definitely this raises your consciousness about, the struggle that people face, probably, especially the black people.
Yeah, when I went to South Africa, for me, it's really opened my eyes, and I realized how it's a blessing for a black golfer to be out there in the big stage, because for golf, the international stage, it's you'll only find mostly 2 or 3 black girls out there, and now when you get to experience that, you realize how a blessing it is, and it makes you to push to want to do it and to prove that, like, we colored girls, we also belong out there. Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
And definitely that's some of the life lessons that you take with you.
Yes.
And what you'll maybe let the young ones know, those who are coming through and the ones that you'll mentoring or trying to follow in your footsteps, just letting them know that it's not easy, but those are the barriers maybe that you have to break or bring down, and that's a huge responsibility. Do you feel so?
Yes, and however, for me, I enjoy doing what I do, and that's the best part of it. I love playing golf, I love competing, and that's why I decided to turn professional, especially after they started bringing golf events, professional events right here in Kenya. And for me, it's a passion. So when I'm out there, I really love it, I enjoy it, and it makes me, you know, I'm happy out there. So I hope other girls can always enjoy what they do. Yes.
Sure. And have you come from, you know, building the ranks, gotten your introduction to the sport through Rose Naliaka Golf Academy? How did this prepare you for the for the opportunities? You know, how did it shape you and prepare you for the current opportunity that you're gaining, and also the achievements that you gained so far?
Yeah, it's been a long, amazing experience. I started playing when I was 6 years old, and golf, it's that sport where you can start at any age, but it's such an advantage when you start when you are younger, and it's made me develop a passion to also coach the juniors, so that, you know, because I've been through that journey. I've been through the golf program through Rose Naliaka, so we know how it's been from the start. It's been sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not easy, but I understand it, so it puts me in a position where I'm able to mentor the upcoming juniors, because I was through that as well. Yeah.
You'll be getting into mentorship so soon, but what's the special thing maybe you'll be telling them?
That you have to, the grinding is real. You have to grind, you have to focus on your passion, on what you want, on what you love. And yeah, the grinding, the focus, the discipline, to be humble, and you'll always achieve what, even if you don't achieve what you wanted, good things will come to you if you just keep the focus.
Right.
Yes.
And stay on the ground, right?
Yes.
And do you think that that's possible? Maybe looking at the pool of the players that we have, are they listening? Is it possible? And how soon can we have, you know, Kenyan players, female players that are knocking on the global doors?
I feel very soon. Like Kina Kanana, they're very talented. They have the passion for the game. They're playing really solid. And so I feel very soon we'll have golfers winning in the international stage. We have players like Njoroge Kibugu as well.
Sure.
And they're very talented, and now we see a future, and we have hope that soon the Kenyan flag will be winning in international golf stage. Yes.
And Kenya Open, I know it's been here since 2021, and last 2023 you probably became only Kenyan to make the cut, right?
Yes.
I mean, looking at that pool of players who normally take part in that European tour, what did this mean to you, and especially as well to the game?
It just meant that, you know, we can do it, and if you have the support, because to be able to compete in that stage, you need a lot of support, mentally, physically. You do gym, you train, and when you have the right people supporting you, because on your own it's difficult to do it on your own. So you need a team to support you, and it's very possible. So for me, when I became the first female to make cut in the Magical Kenya Ladies Open, that was a very big achievement for me. I had amazing support during that time. So sometimes the people behind the scene, they really do a good job for us to be able to achieve these things. Yes.
And definitely 2025, 2026, 2027, I mean, you have to be on the podium maybe in the Magical Tour in the magical Kenya Open?
So the magical Kenya Open, right now it's only the men's, the DP World Tour that happens in Kenya. So for us ladies, like for me, I'm hoping through these tours that I'm playing this year, the SDT, the PGK, I'm hoping through good performance that I can be able to get invites into the international level. So for the Kenya Open, that one is only for the men. So hopefully I perform well, get invites, and go again and compete in the international level.
And talk about the local tour, which is the PGK. The first one, of course, just ended at Vet Lab.
Yes.
Your performance right there, what would you say about it? Did it give you maybe a sneak preview or a peek into how your season will pan out and be like competing against men?
Yes, we had the first tournament of the second season of PGK that concluded yesterday at Vet Lab. I made cut in that one. And for me, it just makes me want to keep grinding because from how I played in South Africa, the level of competition, it's very high. You can't compare it to Kenya at the moment. It's very, very high. So for me, when I was competing yesterday, I was comparing that performance with South Africa because it's very different. So I think I'm very much prepared for the upcoming tours.
What are they doing right? The South Africans, what are they doing right?
They have amazing support system, and of course the grinding, you just have to keep grinding and keep grinding.
And it's been made more professional. Maybe people don't have to worry about anything but just going to the greens and hitting the balls. At the PGK, maybe at the conclusion of it all, how important will this be to and also maybe the importance of such tours to the Kenyan golfer who, are always yearning for such opportunities and such legs or tours or series of, tournaments?
Yeah, we are so grateful for these tours. These are amazing pathways for us to go to the international level. So through the PGK, through the SDT, it's a preparation for us. So we are grateful to the corporates, to the event organizers who are coming together to put these tours together to give us golfers a platform, because without these tours, you have to go the longer, most difficult route to get to that international level. But these are amazing pathways, right, which have been set for us right here at home to be able to go through to get to the international level.
And the Kenyan golfers definitely should take advantage of them in the Sunshine. Now, what remains for you in the Sunshine Development Tour after the conclusion of the 6 events, in March and February?
So for the Sunshine Ladies Tour, it's only 6 events, 8 events, 2 of them being conjunctioned with the Ladies European Tour, and the season is over already. So now I'm back competing in the local tours for the rest of the year, and I'm using these tours for me as a pathway to try and go back to the international level.
How hard or how easy will that be?
It's difficult, but what I'll say is it's a much easier pathway than if these tournaments were not there and then we had to go through the longer route to try and get to the international level. So as much as it's difficult, it's still a much better option for us to get to the international level.
And maybe that's the word that every golfer out there should be knowing, that the PGK, just beyond the prize pass and the ranking points, it's also like a lifetime opportunity for them to knock on these prestigious tours that have been elusive for quite some time for Kenyan golfers.
Yes, and it just shows that they've given us a platform that, we can play this sport as a career. This is how we are making money, and it pushes you to grind hard, because now we have the option where you can say, okay, I want to take golf as a career, to play these tours and make money through these tours. So this also that besides us having the platform to go international, it's also another platform for us where we can make money. Yeah.
Maybe apart from the Equator Tour, which is the PGK Tour, what are other crucial or key tournaments for you this campaign?
So yeah, now it's just the Professional Golfers of Kenya Equator Tour for from next month, and also the Sunshine Development Tour from next month. So I'm very excited and looking forward to be competing in these events, and hopefully I'll be able to get more invites to go international. Yeah.
And your targets remain the same in the Equator Tour? Especially in Tika, would you want to do it better than what maybe not making the cut is enough, but going all the way to, you know, top?
Yes, I'm now focusing on getting good scores, because I want to play to the level that was being played in South Africa and the level that's being played in Europe, in US. So that means you have to compete with the course, actually not even with the players, because anytime now you compete with the golf course, you get an underpass score, then you'll always know you are on the leaderboard. So that's my target this year, to play more underscores, yeah, to be able to put me in good positions.
Yes, to get good marks, right?
Yes.
And looking at maybe the rest of the pack, the female players that you are with in this particular tour, the Equator Tour, right? What will bring them? Maybe your performance will, pull them along?
I feel already just like after I turned professional, we had so many golfers now turning professional. So I feel it's not just about the performance, but just taking that step to go to that higher level of competition, because once you turn professional, it's not the same as being an amateur. So it's just a decision that you make that you have to be prepared for. It's very different from when you're amateur. On this other side, it's like, as I said earlier, it's like you eat, you sleep, you dream, everything, it's golf. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. We wish you all the best, Naomi. Looking at the events that are coming up, of course, we've talked so much about the Equator Tour and also the Sunshine Development Tour. What ranks top amongst all these events this year for you? Definitely Sunshine?
Right now, I'm aiming for better scores. That's my goal. I want to play all the rounds I play. I want it to be under par score. And with under par score in golf, it will always put you at the top, always give you a good position. So my main goal this year is to prove to myself that we are able to play these under par scores. Yeah. Sure.
All the best, Naomi, as you look forward to being in the playing in this Sunshine Development Tour once again, after the opening legs. I know that you've come back with plenty of lessons, and you'll be approaching probably the next round with, with more wisdom and knowing what to do, right?
Yes.
Especially in rainy conditions.
Yeah, with golf, you really have to learn to adapt to all the weather conditions. Like in South Africa, it was so windy or it was raining a lot, and you really have to adapt to play in all these weather conditions. Yes.
Yes, indeed. We wish you all the best as you look forward to leaving a mark and flying the Kenyan flag high in international competitions. Naomi, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And we hope to have you again at the conclusion, probably, of the SDT and even Equator. You are much welcome.
Thank you so much.
Yes, indeed. That was Naomi Wafula, Kenyan pro golfer, on her journey in SDT. That's at the Sunshine Development Tour, and also talking about the upcoming events. We'll be turning our eye on a great weekend for Kenyan sports. That's the Athletics in Review, and I'll be speaking with Dennis Oko. So stay with us and watch out for that one on the Sports Check.
And I'm 10 years old, and I stay in Kitale, and my school name is Kitale School. I love chess because it's an interesting game that helps me to improve my psychology, and it helps me to know what to do in life. My favorite subjects at school are maths, home science, English, and PE. I love them because mostly I love PE because it helps me to be physical fit. For a tournament like this, like it has a long-term game, so I have to stay for long, so it helps me to be physical fit. One day I was just murmuring around. Then at school I saw people playing this game. I asked what it is. Then they told me it's a game called chess, and it was so interesting because I went to ask my dad what's chess, and then my dad was so happy and he told me that he used to play it in old time, so I wanted to try that thing. Chess helps me in school because it, like in maths, it's easy for me to calculate because I'm used to calculate on the board, and it's really good because sometimes I always get high grades in maths. I always train very hard before a tournament. Actually, my teachers at school always complain because I put more focus in chess, but I always try my best to work on my studies too. I always do chess early in the morning, and then afternoon I always play some little bit of games, then I start studying. My mom is a teacher at my school. My dad is a chess coach. So my dad helps me sometimes with the school works, and my mom always helps me too with school work. So when I have problem with chess, I go to my dad. Or maybe my mom is not around, I go to my dad and he helps me do the academic work. I've won a lot of tournaments. Mostly I've won several. We went to Ghana and I got a silver medal. We two played the finals. I was a position 1. We played the qualifiers. I was position 1. And there are more other tournaments that I always get a good medal in each category. Actually, the only medal that I've never got as bronze. I only have gold. The only silver medal is from Ghana. The first one was I was just starting chess, I told my dad to pay for me the tournaments, so I got position 2. My dad was so happy because actually I was just being told how to move the pieces and everything, and they just told me full mate, checkmate, so that's what I used to do, and then I won. That's the way I won the tournament. I've won so many tournaments, but the one who I always love is the first one because that tournament was amazing. We ate good things at school, and it was good because I had to win a gold medal for my first time. Chess is not only for boys and girls, and people say that boys are stronger in chess, but it doesn't matter because it matters to the psychology, and the more you can meet the boy and you start fearing. And it's always like this, that when a girl beats a boy, it's like a miracle, but it's not a miracle. It matters with the strength, who's stronger. I'd like to say thank you to my coach, Coach Ben and Coach Hugh. And I'd like to say thank you to my parents for this whole time. And thank you so much.
Yes, and welcome back. This is the Sports Check. Just in case you're joining us, thank you so much for doing so. And now we take a look at what has been happening in the world of athletics. It's been quite a special weekend and a week for Kenyan sports, more so on the track and field. We could talk about maybe Mashemeji, but karibu sana Dennis Oko. Dennis Oko is a sports journalist with a great knowledge in athletics, and I'm glad and pleased to have him today Saturday morning. We're here to talk about what unfolded over the weekend. But let's begin with Kipkeino, maybe the Sebastian style with the icing on the cake for the weekend that was. But maybe a brief review of the Kipkeino Classic in your own terms. How was it, especially the 7th edition, this year's event?
Thank you, Kumo, for having me. Yeah, it had been, I think, maybe almost a year since I was here. So it's good to have me back again.
Athletics has been maybe not so much or something like that. It's also a dull year for athletics this year.
No, the season just started.
Yeah, sure.
Kipkeino being one of them. Yeah, the 7th edition was expected to be good, especially that it was the first time it's being run at night, yeah, with the wave light technology being introduced. It was a good experience for fans, Kenyan athletes, and of course the international athletes who we had a good number of them. Actually, there were 199 from 31 nationality. There's something that we must be appreciate that the sport is growing, and pretty soon the leg will be upgraded to Diamond League series. Because in Africa, you only have Rabat. Yeah,
for a long time.
Yeah, for a very long time. And I think it's a high time now they upgrade the event to Diamond League status.
Yeah, I mean, and just looking at how it was executed and organized, I think it's one of the biggest events I've watched, locally being run.
Sure. When it started, I'm glad that I was part of the team that was there when it started into the year 2000. Actually, it started during the Corona.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, 2020, right?
Yeah, 2020.
And it was crazy.
We were not sure. Yeah, we were learning. Yeah, but the good thing we had a very good leadership. Yeah, through Barnaba Korir, who has been in an international series. He knows how these things are done. But we keep on improving. You can see every event was flowing, minute by minute.
Sure.
Yeah.
At 7:52,
exactly.
That wasn't the 100 meters.
That's how they are classified into minutes and to sometimes into seconds, and that was really flowing. Yes.
For sure. And I remember it was 7:52. That's when the last event of the day was, and it really was that time. I remember I was with my colleague. Yeah.
It's a coordination between the local organizing committee, World Athletics, Continental Tour organizers. So it's a team that starts together, come up with a program, and the program must flow to international TV standards.
Sure, and also I think the fans had a very great fun experience. The MC was doing, my colleague Daniel was doing some fantastic work too.
The stadium announcers, they are knowledgeable people.
Yeah, sure.
So they do understand the game
we should see that in the local meets. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. Actually, the athletics that happens.
Actually, Kenyans should be able to see a local meet. There are lots of competitions there, and that's actually where the build-up starts.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it never starts at Kipkeino international level. It starts down there. Yeah,
with the Prisons Athletics.
Exactly, where the series that starts in Mumias, goes to Thika, goes to Kapsabet, goes to Kisumu. Yeah, it starts there.
Sure. Yeah. And talking about the series beginning in Thika and all that, that's why we did see, especially the young chap who is a former student in, is it Meru Mutinda, coming
Yes,
through?
Mutinda coming in fourth in 400 meters.
Yes.
Yeah, and going head to head with the likes of Zakiti,
Dambile.
Yeah, I think it's a good experience for him. He came up last year, last season during Thika meet. That's when he was discovered. And actually, he had the time to go through to be drafted in relay, but unfortunately by then he was really unknown, and he didn't have out of competition testing, which is a requirement by World Athletics and IAU to have. That's the reason why he wasn't picked. But the same year, he was part of the relay team, remember?
Yes.
Yeah? And actually it's again in the relay team that is going to Botswana this week.
For the world relays.
World relays.
Yeah, what are expectations, knowing that Omanyala has been in some top form, as well as a number of sprinters in that particular squad as well?
One thing about introduction of the world relays was to elevate the level of sprints. Yeah, and since it was introduced, you can see the level. Kenyans are going all the way. Yeah, the last time they even won bronze. Yeah, in Botswana, I can assure you, 2 or 3 will make it to the final. And if you make it into the final, you automatically qualify for the World Ultimate Challenge.
Yes.
It's scheduled around November there in Budapest. Yeah, so I think Kenyans have a chance. Yeah,
of making it in this particular. So our hopes are high.
Very high.
In Gaborone, Botswana.
Sure.
I mean, the Kip Keino, of course, did live up to its billing from the organization, and everything else was on point, so to say. But looking at the results, which mattered most, right? A number of meet records. What meet record maybe? Was it a hammer throw, or what record really was, more unexpected or expected? Yes.
I know. Cameline Rogers, she's such an amazing athlete. And this is the second time she was coming into Kenya.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and she delivered another world lead. Yeah, in women's
hammer throw.
Yeah.
Yes.
And again, look at the performance of Gabi Thomas in 200 meters. Yeah, she became the first actually person to run sub 22 in Kenya. So yeah, that's our very first time. And she again she proceeded to Botswana Grand Prix, and she did much better there. I think the introduction of African tour, which Omanyala was part of it.
Sure.
They started in Addis Ababa, where he ran
9.8, I think.
Yes, 9.8. 9.8. Yeah. And they proceeded again to get another sub 2. Yeah, yesterday and again on Friday. So 3 sub 2 within a span of 10 days. Yeah,
sure. That's huge.
That's huge.
Yeah, that's huge.
Huge
and,
for Manyala.
Yeah, for real. And having struggled for 20 months to dip below 10.
I know. Yeah, he was. But I think he's a very resilient athlete. Probably, if he was someone else, they could have lost hope and started doing. Going down and down, but he made some changes though in his management team, especially coaching. I think going back to Dan, who was coaching him, they started together. Yeah, changing back to him is working. Yeah, is a product that you need to keep.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, he needs to stick with him now that he's proven. Wanasema, if it's not broken, why fix it?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So since it's working, then he has to, go and work with him. And also, Emmanuel Wanyonyi deciding to do 1500 meters, though not so much on what will happen after.
Emmanuel Wanyonyi upgrading to longer middle distance, 1500, displaying a dominant performance as someone who is a specialist in that event was amazing. Yeah, that actually I had said that that will be one of the events to watch, and exactly it produced the results everyone didn't even expect, because considering the likes of the 2 chariots were there, Timothy and the other one, and it was a deep field, and for him to come out on top,
maybe
is someone to watch.
Yeah, someone to watch.
Season.
Though he said that he just used it to get endurance and also gain speed, but what's more?
I've talked to him several times, and I think their his management's long-term plan is to proceed gradually to a longer distance. Yeah,
I mean, and that can only be better because we need to get the crowns back in 1500 meters and 800 meters. But again, he said that he'll be in Rabat in the Diamond League. He'll be doing 800, though, his specialty. Did maybe looking at other notable performances, we struggled again in 3000 meters steeplechase, the Ethiopian just peeping us.
Yes, Ethiopian Godana really is the second time actually Ethiopian beating us here at home.
The steeplechase, did we keep our eye off it?
I think there's something I've been saying all along that our athletes are concentrating more on road race and they're leaving track. And that's why you see the longer distance, that's from steeplechase, 10,000, 5,000, yeah, we are going down. Yeah, we are actually nose diving in those events. And it's something that management, I'm sure they're working on it, they should watch out.
And the country as a whole.
Yes, exactly. When I say management, the country is included.
Yeah, that manages the sport, yeah.
Exactly. And is a result I expected. It wasn't surprised, but I was impressed by two people. Yeah, that's the Masio Cage in
400 meters
flat. She was blazing, man. Yeah, I think that's the spirit we need in sprints. Very soon, I'm pretty sure she'll do sub 50.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, she's also been consistent.
Very consistent. She was the first Kenyan to be in a World Indoors final.
Sure.
She finished 4th. Yeah.
That's in Poland, just last month, right?
Last month. Again, she's been part of the team that will do relays in Botswana.
Yes. Yeah. So we expect that her dominance is here to stay.
She will help the country.
Sure.
To maybe a podium position.
Yeah.
Watch out for her.
Definitely. And maybe just back to your point when we're trying to talk about the, how the road races have become so lucrative. And athletes are now, like jumping ship and not seeing so much in these middle distance races. And now the road races are like, what offers them the way out.
Previously, road races were used as part of the retirement pathway for athletes. But now things have changed. Look at some of our top athletes there in marathon now. They have not ran in track.
Sure,
and that's one of the reasons why in that area they're not lasting like the likes of Eliud.
Yeah.
Because they don't have that endurance that keep them to go for many years. Yeah. Previously, when I started following athletics, I used to see that from age 30 they will proceed gradually to longer distance, then eventually to
marathons. Yes.
That has changed. They are going straight to marathon. Yeah, which is in somehow it affects them because they don't last there for long.
Sure. Yeah. And after marathon, you can't go anywhere else.
Yeah, it's retirement straight. Just you enjoy your investments.
Yeah, and maybe that's also the reason why we are not getting not so good performances in especially where the Team Kenya has to wear the color, especially the World Championships, the Olympics, and all that.
Yes, this thing is purely business. Yeah, you look at where the possibility of
the commercial viability.
Exactly, that's what they look at. They look at if, for example, they want the World Championships coming up, and then let's say New York Marathon is coming up the same month. Top athletes, top runners will concentrate on New York Marathon because of the financial gain that is there.
Yes.
Yeah. And something again, if you look at when it comes to Olympics, they prefer Olympics because when you become an Olympic champion, then your appearance fee tend to be very, very high. So they rather go to Olympic
than and avoid World Championships and any other.
Yes.
Anyway, we're talking about the Kip Keino Classic and also the standout performances and why the road races are so lucrative, and what really should happen in the 3,000-meter steeplechase for Kenya to regain its glory. Remember, it all used to be a dominant performance from Kenyans. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But now we're slowly forgetting about it. And maybe sometimes we just hope that we can be on the podium, which was never enough, and I think we can never accept that. It's never enough. So when we come back, we'll be looking at how Kenyans ruled the streets of London yesterday and what really this means. We'll be going back, Kidogo, discuss about the records and how consistent Kenyans have been in terms of setting this particular, chasing the sub 2 hours record, beginning with Eliud's out of competition record and also the late Kiptum's record, and now we have Sebastian Sawe's record that he set yesterday. Stay with us. I'll be back with Dennis Oko with more on athletics.
good people? Zion training a come on your way, Dandia Twende.
The very best of roots and culture.
Reggae and positive vibes.
Reggae in the bedroom, reggae in the bedroom.
Kila weno from 10 p.m. This is Inayad Extra. Na uwaga very bad.
I'm a normal African.
With I and I, Mali Moses, the positive warrior, alongside the baddest.
DJ D-Rage from the mix each and every time. Nimbaya.
Nini unataka kuruka? Inasimagwa hivyo.
Kwa nataka unipeleka hapa kwa stage.
Lipa kwanza.
Eh?
Hautaiba, hii ni mpya.
Everything is sparkling clean. Arrange me.
Ndio hiyo sasa nitakulipa hiyo tarehe 7.
Ndio yangu nayo ilalangi.
Kwenda kabisa.
Nakulaji takula hivyo vibaya kama mtoto mdogo ya class tu, hata mtoto mdogo ya class tu akabatali.
Nani? Huu naye iko wapi?
Mokaka selisha rensen kitambo na akaenda.
Kama wanajeshi wale wa kukagua gwaride. Unajua hauzeeki kabisa.
Ulikuwa unataka nizeke unipeleke buchari gani?
Sasa hii mokaka hakuna. Takasi iko mzuri namna gani?
Hii ni kazi gani unaweza ambia watu ni kazi?
Is that for sale? The gray one?
Yes, that's for sale.
Bring it.
Sure, sir.
My budget's about...
Why are you still moody?
I bought you in a purse.
Are you pretending to be rich or just insane, huh? Where'd you get that kind of money?
I'll work hard and buy you a leather one.
Don't buy expensive stuff from me. You like?
Yes, and welcome back. We continue with where we left it. That's the athletics, and Dennis Oko is still here with me. Dennis, we were talking about, maybe before the break, about the creativeness of the road races, right? And why this has been like, for all those who do maybe study, why we are not getting it, you know, at the World Championships, you know, and proper marathoners, you know, not coming through, but we can see them dominating all these world major races.
You know, in Olympics and World Championship, there are no appearance fee. You know, appearance fees sometimes tend to be more than winning bonuses. So when you see athletes avoid World Championship, it's because of the money. Yeah, and at the end, they can make more money in those big city marathons like New York, Boston, London, Berlin, Tokyo. Yes. Yeah, that's where the money is, and every marathoner's dream is to participate in those ones.
Yes.
Yes.
How many can they do in an event?
3.
3.
Yes.
And it
in a season.
In a season.
Yes.
In a year 3.
Yes.
That's the biggest number, right? There's no way.
Because you know you need 3 months to prepare. And 3 months to recover. Yes. That's why they can only do a maximum of 2 is ideal, but 3 can work also. Yeah.
Sure. And maybe lastly on Kip Keino, right? Before we go into the London Marathon, maybe what else caught your eye? What other performance caught your eye? Lilian Odira probably.
Odira wasn't herself. She looked very confident at the pre-race press conference, and I was surprised
on Thursday.
I was surprised to she wasn't really pushing the last 200 meters. Yeah, when the Ethiopian took charge of the race. I think her management will work on that if it's something that because we need the similar performance.
Yeah,
we are now used to Odira being at the top. Yeah, and that's what everyone was looking at. Sure. And I think another performance that probably caught my eye was Loti, the youngster, in 800. He won the race. Yeah, it was a good performance that pretty tells that we have a prospect in 800 meters.
Sure.
Yeah.
And maybe with the conclusion of the Kip Keino Classic, definitely the hopes are high. Do you think that we can be able now to host a Diamond League, as you had mentioned? How about the World Championship? I think we are now in a firm position to be the host to this prestigious event.
I know, yeah. And the good thing, the government is really backing. The government is really backing Kenya to host a World Championship in 2029 or 2031. Those are the available events that are coming up. The Athletes Kenya already placed the bidding papers
for the World Championship.
Yeah, for 2029 and 2031. 2031. Yeah, one of them you are likely to get. But again, it's a high time that the management of World Athletics also see that Africa is a place that can host world event, and give the opportunity to Kenya.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Why not? Because we rule the roost on the track, right? And our name is quite big.
We are synonymous when it comes to running.
Yeah, I was hosting the SG for NOC, Mr. John Ogola last time, and he said that no study has ever shown why we are good runners, why Kenyans are good runners.
One of the reasons why Kenyans are good runners is you see the concentration of many athletes in the villages. The neighbors can see how athletics is transforming their neighbors, and they're able to push their kids to follow the same path.
Yeah, sure.
So having what we call local heroes amongst them,
successful people,
amongst them, and they see it's an easier path to a better life. That's one of the reasons. In Kenya, we run away from poverty. And that's I figured something that really urges Kenyans to keep pushing. They see this is the only way we can do it. And they're resilient. We are very resilient, and the weather also favors us. Yes. And actually now it's being proven that you don't have to come from
the altitudes,
high altitude to run.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you can come from any other part of the country. It's just you need to be resilient, hardworking, disciplined. Definitely you make it.
And you'll make it. So if you're watching and you're from the lowlands, just know that you can run as well.
Just develop interest, then go train there.
But it's long since we saw Akina Margaret Okayos maybe coming from the lowlands running the marathons especially.
You know, Margaret came from Kisii. Obiri comes from where?
Kisii.
Same place.
She was the second one yesterday.
Yes.
For her debut.
Exactly. so it's happening.
Yeah.
Yes.
And remember all the great sprinters of 1972 Munich. They,
Yes. They're coming from the likes of
Robert Oko. Sure.
Nyandika. Yeah. They came from that region.
Sure.
Yeah.
So it can be done.
Now Odira is proving that you can come from Migori and run well.
Yeah, sure.
It's working.
Yeah. So just a little bit mixture of sports science and will be good. Yeah.
Now it's purely sports science.
Yeah, sure.
It's purely sports science and dedication.
We'll be there. Let's talk about the record that Sawe did set yesterday, right? But just a little bit of background about him, Dennis, and his performance. We've seen that he's been a man who's been on a mission from his first event, from his first marathon.
I've been privileged to have known him way back when he was doing 10 kilometers, 10,000 meters. Yeah, when he started. He comes from Kapsabet, and he trains with the likes of Benson Kipruto and Amos Kipruto, the Kiprutos. The team, in Kenya, most marathoners train in a group. Yeah. He has a very good group, and I think the fact that Adidas is really supporting them. So that's with that kind of support, you are likely to get good results. And when he started eventually into marathon with Valencia, you could tell, everyone was telling us that if there's someone to watch, watch out for Sawe. Then along the way, Kiptum shot up and somehow, but it was still there. It was still hanging there. Yeah, you could tell. You could tell this one is the next.
So it could have been a great duel between him. We could be seeing the record in this marathon.
Unfortunately, yes. But the fact that the record, Kenya is able to retain the record, the world record, he achieved yesterday, going sub 2. I mean, that was an amazing performance from him. Yeah, and you know, no one expected that. We expected the first time, yeah, but we never thought it could go sub 2. My prediction was actually 2 hours 005.
Probably London a tricky course for at least to set records. We've used to Berlin, but probably. Yeah.
He has proven that records can be broken anywhere. Anywhere there's a marathon, you can break the world record. What you need is a preparation and good weather. You go for it.
Sure.
Yes.
And maybe did you see, especially in the opening 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers, did you see something special in terms of the splits?
You know, in marathon, you start seeing the keenness of athletes at 30 kilometers.
30 with just 10 kilometers, 12 kilometers to go?
Yes, that's where, if they were running inside the world record, so anything could happen. In fact, all the 3 athletes, that's Kejelcha, Sawe, and
the third place.
The third place,
the Ugandan, Kiplimo, yes.
They were running inside the world record, and that's the fact that all of them were running inside the world record. It enabled them, the 2 of them, to dip sub 2.
Yeah, sure.
And, they made a history.
Sure.
Yeah, and the first time, no one expected that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and Yomi became the fastest debutant ever.
Actually, I was telling someone, if there is someone who is dangerous to watch, is Kejelcha from Ethiopia. He's a marathon debut, going in, running 2 hours 59 seconds and 41 microseconds. I think is someone to watch. But again, you know how this thing is purely business. If the management, because all of them, they come from Adidas, yeah. If they decide to go slow, then Sawi will keep the crown for a longer period. But again, the rival apparel, the kids, they will invest on the athletes to push to own the record.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, and maybe another question could be, how low can this men's record go? But maybe you'll answer that after this particular session, which is Abdul Swamad Nasir, the Mombasa governor, is opening or overseeing the groundbreaking ceremony of the construction of Kongoya Level 4 Hospital. Let's join our crew on the ground and have this particular event ongoing in Mombasa County. We'll be back with a discussion on athletics after this one.
Hospital and many others tutaweza kuanza kuzifanyiza. Pengine wajigeuze wao wenyewe waingie katika ODM. It is my advice to them, kwa sababu watu wa Mombasa na Kenya kwa jumla, hii siasa ya ukabila imepitwa na wakati. Nimeona hapa ile mambo ambayo kwamba wameongea ni ndevu na sijui mambo mengine. Sisi tunaongea mambo ya afya na mambo ya kuleta Wakenya wote kwa pamoja. We will not allow tribalism. Wamekuja, wameenda, si tunaendelea kuvuta pumzi. Ile pumzi mbaya ambayo kwamba walikuwa wameileta, upepo umeingia, umetoa pumzi ile mbaya. Sasa hivi we are breathing fresh air once again.
Gavana, juzi siku ya Jumanne na pia juzi siku ya Jumamosi mkutana Nairobi, alafu mkutana hapa Mombasa. Wapwani wanauliza mnapika nini hasa?
Hakuna kupika, ni kuweza kuhakikisha kwa tunapakua. Kupika kumekwisha. Tunapakua nini? Tunapakua yale ambayo kwamba yatakuwa ni mazuri kwa watu wetu. Nilisema pale mbeleni, ODM will not be in the opposition. We are either going to be in government or we are going to be part of government, and that is the way it stands.
Some people are saying that you are doing that for the sake of your election. Ninyi viongozi ambao mko mamlakani, but not for the sake of wananchi. Maybe can you shed more light on?
Kila mmoja atapimwa na mambo yake. njoo hapa tupimane, nimefanya nini kuhusu afya, nimefanya nini kuhusu elimu, nimefanya nini kuhusu nini. Gladys apimwe kwa yale ambayo kwamba ameweza kuyafanya na kila mmoja apimwe kwa yake. Nimepimwa nini kuhusu mambo ya kuhakikisha kwa wafanyakazi wetu wanalipwa mshahara, kuhakikisha ya kwa promotions zinaweza kufanywa, how we have been able to absorb community health promoters. Hizi nyingine ni story. Hakuna atakayepimwa kwa ukabila. It's going to cost us almost 250 million. This one facility, and we're going to be building 3 more. So there'll be a total of 4 large facilities. Tumejenga moja level 3 Mjambere na tumejenga nyingine katika eneo la Bofu pia vile vile, and we are now going to be investing in redoing the all of course general, na kuna mengi katika afya ambayo kwamba nitayatangaza, including customer satisfaction, kwa sababu haina haja kuwa na vitu vyote ikiwa wateja wetu watakuwa hawajaweza kuridhika, including SHA registration, the under 5 program. I will be making that announcement as well.
Bed capacity,
this is going to be in the region of almost 18 plus 18 for ward, that means 36. 36 is going to be about 72 for bed capacity. And of course the expansion is going to be even larger.
Okay. Like to come. Chama cha ODM. Sorry. Kiko imara kusikia kwamba tunaweza kuona kwamba linda wananchi walikuwa huko na wakaweza kutoa matamshi tofauti kuhusiana na ubunge ambaye ndio party. Wacha kwanza niseme pongezi sana kwa ndugu yangu Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir na serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa ambaye ni serikali ya ODM kwa hii groundbreaking ambayo tumefanya kwa Raila Odinga Hospital Kongowea level 4. This is very good progress for the health of our people hapa Mombasa. Nataka kumpongeza na kusema ya kwamba niko hapa kwa niaba ya party leader wetu Dr. Oburu ambaye pia alifaa awe hapa siku ya leo, na kusema ya kwamba sisi kama chama na sisi ambao tuko kwa nadhifa ya uongozi tuko na jukumu ya kuangazia mambo ya maendeleo ya watu wetu, na hiyo ndio tunaangazia zaidi hata kuliko ile siasa ya kila siku, kuangalia ya kwamba wana Mombasa ama wana Homa Bay ama wana Kajiado, pale serikali za ODM tunafanya maendeleo na kuangazia maslahi ya watu wetu. Sasa hiyo ni ya kwanza. Ya pili ni kusema ya kwamba chama cha chungwa kiko imara, na unaweza pata wapita njia, kila soko kinaweza kuwa na mwandawazimu, aende ajizungumzie, aseme kwamba yeye ni kiongozi wa chama fulani. Sisi wote tunajua chama cha ODM kiko na njia na namna ambayo viongozi wanateuliwa katika nyadhifa tofauti tofauti, na juzi tumefanya National Delegates Convention pale Nairobi, na delegates wote kutoka Kenya nzima wameidhinisha Daktari Oburu Oginga kama party leader wetu. Kwa hivyo yale ambayo tunayasikia labda ni kelele, lakini tunataka wanachungwa wote tushikane pamoja, tutembee njia moja, na hiyo njia ni kwamba tutazingatia maslahi ya watu wetu, na pia tutaangalia jinsi tutakavyoingia serikali mwaka ujao. ODM will be the government or part of that coalition that forms the government. Haturudi opposition, hiyo haiwezekani. Na wale ambao walikuja hapa juzi, walikuja hapa Kongowea na kwingine, na yale ambayo wanazungumzia, wanatafuta individuals na wanatupa matusi. Wananchi hawana haja na hiyo. Wananchi wako na haja na yale mambo ambayo yanawahusu, vile afya itaendelea, vile masomo itaendelea, na vile Wakenya watakuja pamoja, si kutenganishwa. Kwa hivyo au vile wamekuja hapa wamescore 0, wajue tu wameenda na wamewacha 0 hapa, hakuna progress. Asante.
Chairperson, mazungumzo yanaanza lini kati ya UDA na Gather Party? Because of the waiting for
mazungumzo, ukiangalia ile sheria pre-election pact inafaa iwe na registrar of political parties in May 2027. Kwa hivyo tuko na muda, tutajipanga na wakati mwafaka tutazianza na zitaendelea. Ile ambayo tumefanya ni kusema intention. Tuko na intention kuongea, lakini tuko na muda. Tutaanza na technical, tuanze na zile za siasa, lakini kile tunajua ni tutazungumza na tusikizane.
Bado mnasukuma pale kwa power kwamba mnataka deep position ama more than that.
Tumesema vizuri kama ODM tukishikana, tunashikana kama equal partners on a 50-50 basis. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni kitu ambayo tuko nayo kwa fikra zetu. Tutaweka kwa meza ya kwamba chama kimoja kikipata president, kile kingine kipate deputy.
Pengine tunaweza kusikia pale yule mwingine kuzungumza kwamba ili wao waweze kurudi kwa ODM ni wale viongozi ambao ninyi ambao mko madaraka sasa waweze kutoka na wao waweze kuingia. Mnakubali mto huo unaweza kusikiza ama unachukuliaje?
Hiyo ni ndoto ya mchana. Ni ndoto ya mchana kwa sababu chama kimefanya uamuzi na sisi tunaendelea na huo uamuzi wa chama. Wale wa kuota waendelee kuota.
Faki and Fatuma. Faki ongea kidogo.
Tutaongea pale, tutachukuliwa pale. Tutachukuliwa yetu pale.
Yes, and that's Mombasa Governor Abdul Swamad speaking during the opening of the Congo-Ware Level 4 Hospital, and it's flanked by Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga, as well as Mombasa Senator Faki Mwenyi Haji. Back to our discussion here. It's all about athletics, and Dennis Oko is here. Dennis, where we left it at, right? The question was, how low can this particular record, men's marathon record, go? And are we going to experience maybe what Tigisa Sefa did? Could it be lower again? But talk about how low can it go?
Records are there to be broken. Yeah, that's why the essence of records. Definitely, maybe in 2 years' time, someone will go lower than what Sawe produced. So it's something, maybe he can still go down, go lower than the time, the 2 hour,
the 159.
Probably 158, we'll see 158 in the next, let's say 2 years or 3 years. So what I want to see coming up is Kenyan women should try and wrestle the world record, women's world record from Ethiopia.
Yes.
We need it back. Yeah. To be honest, we need it back. But Asefa means business. She looks very strong, so definitely she will be around for some time. But the likes of Obiri, Jepchirchir, yeah, probably they'll go for it. So.
Sure, and maybe Obiri's, transit to marathons, and she's been so good 2-time Berlin Marathon winner, and now she debuted in London and finished on the podium in 2nd place, actually.
No, when I say them, if you want to see how endurance athlete can be, yeah, look at those who started at the track. Yeah, they keep on improving.
Yes.
Obiri started as a 400-meter runner. Yeah, then
sprinter.
she sprinter. She proceeded to 800, then 15, then 5,000, 10,000, half marathon, now full marathon. And she's someone to look up to. Yeah, to be honest, she's one of the athletes that probably will bring back the world record from the Ethiopians.
From the Ethiopians.
Yes.
So she could be on the roll. But maybe how good is she, standing up against Joycelyn Jepkosgei, the former winner, as well as Tigisa Sefa in this marathon? What does it say about her?
Obiri keeps on improving every time. Every marathon, she's getting a PB. Yesterday she ran 2:15. Probably she'll go to 14 very soon. Yeah. It's someone to look up to.
And back to the men's roster here, Jacob Kiplimo, the 3-time world cross-country champion, also still to be counted. Yes.
I still go back to endurance. Jacob Kiplimo started as what? 1,500, then 5,000, then 10,000. See how he's progressing over the years. Him and the other one, Cheptegei, they've been carrying the Ugandan flag for the last 10 years.
Sure, and
the two
in a very good way.
In a very good way.
Yes,
it's someone to look up to. is someone that is destined to produce very first time in marathon, is someone that Kenyans must look closely how is going to perform in the next race. Yeah, look at how the disabled Kenya the last 5 years in World Championship and Olympic. Yeah, the two Uganda, they always interchange 1-2. Yeah, Kenyans must really keep coaches. Let me talk to this direct this to coaches that they have to follow
Cheptegei and Kiplimo
footstep and match them. Yes.
And maybe what are they doing in northern Uganda, which is just across the borders?
It's just hard work. I think you know, running is a very individual event. It's what you put. What you put in training is exactly what you get in performance. Yes.
Yes, indeed. So we're going to see maybe Jacob Kiplimo winning one of these, major marathons.
Definitely,
days to come.
Definitely, he's going to win very soon. World majors, probably in Berlin. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they'll be in Berlin in October. That's another time there, because they will have like 3 months of rest. Easy, is because you need to get energy. Then you start again training. So I'm pretty sure they will be lined up in Berlin, where again they can even break the world record.
And it's a faster course. Why does it favor athletes and fast times?
I haven't been there yet. Maybe one day I'll go there. But I'm told, and from what I've watched on YouTube, is a fast track course. Yeah, it's more flat. I think the weather is also favoring them in that area, and those are the ingredients you need for good times.
To get the rest, right?
Yes.
To get the best times.
Exactly.
Yes. I mean, just for Sawe, what comes with his world record now?
Oh, that's money-wise?
Probably, and other privileges.
And definitely the status changes. Yeah. Definitely, he had a appearance fee because he was defending champion. That's away from winning.
Yeah.
He will get the course record bonus, world record bonus, his kit sponsor bonus, and other sponsorship.
Thank you so much, Dennis Oko, for finding time, coming to share with us the nuggets about the athletics. We hope to see you again in the next session, right?
I'm glad.
Thank you. We now take you to the Connected Africa Summit, which is happening at the Eden Convention Center. Let's listen in.
May your presence, your protection, and your guidance be with us in all activities that take place in this summit. Lord, we surrender this summit unto you, and we pray that you will come and have preeminence. For it's in Jesus' name we do believe and pray. Amen.
All protocols observed. Good morning. Let's pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. You may now be seated.
While you're seating, we'd like to draw your attention to the screens for our official welcoming video.
Against platforms they don't control, with policies that weren't built for them. For 15 years, edition by edition, Connected Africa became more than a summit. Where policy, innovation, scale, and partnership meet. Where startups met investors and scaled across borders. Now we arrive at a defining moment. Connected Africa Summit 2026. Uniting Africa's innovation for an inclusive digital market. Not just a slogan, a statement of intent. Because innovation without inclusion is incomplete. And growth without unity is unsustainable. For policymakers designing frameworks for 1 billion Africans. For startups ready to scale beyond their borders. For investors hunting Africa's next breakthrough. For anyone who believes Africa's digital future should be shaped by by Africans. This isn't networking. This is nation building, one connection at a time. Connected Africa Summit 2026. Nairobi, at the Edge Convention. Welcome.
I believe at this point we could have a round of applause for that stage setting. Absolutely, and that's just setting the tone for what's going to be the discussion for the next 4 days, as you had earlier said.
Absolutely. You want to go ahead and do the introduction?
As we come to this particular point, of course, as we speak about it, we're now moving to our welcome remarks, where we'll hear from key leaders shaping Africa's digital transformation agenda.
Absolutely. And at this point, would like to invite the CEO of the ICT Authority of Kenya, Mr. Jesse Maruti, to deliver his welcoming remarks.
A round of applause for our CEO as he comes on stage.
Principal Secretary, State Department of ICT and Digital Economy, the Board of Directors of ICT Authority, ambassadors present, High Commissioners present, Excellencies present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy to see you this morning and I welcome you here. It's a great honor on behalf of the government of Kenya and the ICT Authority to welcome you to Nairobi for the Connected Africa Summit 2026. We are really deeply privileged by your presence, a clear demonstration of Africa's collective commitment to advancing our continent's digital transformation agenda. This year's theme, Uniting Africa, Innovation for an Inclusive Digital Market, speaks directly to our shared priority. The need to align our national efforts towards a cohesive and a competitive continental digital ecosystem. Africa stands at a pivotal moment. The global digital economy is evolving rapidly, and with it, the dynamics of competitiveness, sovereignty, and economic resilience. For Africa, this presents both an opportunity and a responsibility. An opportunity to harness our demographic strength, innovation capacity, and expanding connectivity to drive inclusive growth. And a responsibility to act collectively with clarity, coordination, and purpose. 3 priorities stand before us. The first one, advancing continental integrations, strengthening interoperability, harmonizing policy, and regulatory frameworks, and enabling seamless cross-border digital services in alignment with continental aspirations. Secondly, enabling Africa-led innovations, creating an environment where our enterprises can scale, supported by strategic infrastructure, forward-looking policy, and trusted partnerships. Thirdly, ensuring inclusive participations, expanding access, building digital capabilities, and ensuring that the benefits of the digital economy reach all our citizens. At the ICT Authority, we remained committed to supporting this vision through secure, interoperable, and resilient digital systems, because without interoperability, we risk fragmentations, and without trust, transformation cannot endure. This summit provides an important platform not only for dialogue, but for strengthening partnerships and advancing implementations. The choices we make today will shape Africa's digital future for generations to come. Let us therefore move forward with unity, with resolve, and with shared commitment to building an inclusive digital market for our continent. I thank you and I wish you a successful summit. Karibu sana Kenya, feel at home. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the Chair of the Board of ICT Authority, Honorable Lee Gong. Welcome, Madam. Thank you.
Honorable CS in absentia with other ministers from different parts of Africa, honorable ambassadors who are here with us, honorable peers who has joined us, men and women from this industry and from private sector, our delegates from representing different ministries, ICTA Board of Directors who are here with us, and all ICTA staff who've worked to make this day a success, and the ministry at large. Allow me to say good morning. Good morning. How are you? I just want to take this opportunity. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to the Connected African Summit 2026. This year's summit comes at a defining moment when our continent is experiencing steady growth in technological advancement, in adoption, utilization, and entrepreneurship and investment. Notable technological advancement which are shaping Africa's digital landscape in 2026, marking a shift from being primarily a tech consumer to becoming an innovation powerhouse, just to name a few from coast to coast. In Ghana, MTN and Huawei deployment of Alpha Antenna, which is the world's first large-scale intelligent system, which uses AI for real-time network optimization, increasing operational efficiency by 30. In Kenya, Safaricom unveiling Decode 5.0, a continental initiative connecting 8 countries through a shared interoperable AI infrastructure. Distinguished guests, investing in Africa's digital infrastructure, digital services, innovation, and research and development is essential to leapfrog traditional development, fostering a unified digital market, economic resilience, prioritizing public-private partnership, cloud-first policies, and AI skills for youth will close the digital divide and drive sustainable growth across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, this year's summit theme, Uniting Africa's Innovation for an Inclusive Digital Market, which calls on all of us to move Africa technological investment beyond national boundaries for the continent to compete in the global digital economy and realize its full potential of a single digital market by harmonizing regulation and infrastructure. Africa can transition from 54 fragmental economies into a unified powerhouse. Why Connected African and why now? Africa has the rapidly expanding demographic, homegrown solutions, and the market potential. What is required now is greater coordination to eradicate barriers, expand opportunities and market share, and enable seamless movement of digital services, trade, and innovation across borders. We therefore gather here today with a clear responsibility to create a continent, enabling environment where innovation can grow, investment can thrive, and citizens can benefit. 3 priorities deserving our attention include: 1, strengthening digital infrastructure and connectivity, supporting innovation and enterprise growth, and building practical partnership and collaborations. Over the next few days, we have an opportunity to exchange ideas, to connect with participants, and agree on practical steps that will strengthen Africa's digital future. I thank all our partners, all our speakers who are going to coordinate this, all our delegates and organizers for making this summit possible. Your presence reflects a shared belief in what Africa can achieve together. On behalf of ICT Authority Board, I warmly welcome you and wish you a fruitful discussion, enjoyable and memorable stay at Nairobi, and a successful summit. Allow me to say, karibuni sana Kenya. To our guests from outside Kenya, feel free, feel welcome, and feel at home. Karibuni sana, we love you so much. Sorry. Allow me to take this juncture with a lot of humility to welcome our peers to address us. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, the ministers, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors who are here, the Chair of the Board of ICT Authority, Honorable Ngok, the board members of ICT Authority here, our guests and visitors and delegates of the Connected Africa Summit 2026 from over 47 countries, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. It's a great and special day for us to be here this morning. This is our 15th Connected series and the 3rd Connected Africa Summit. To put in perspective, the official opening of this Connected Africa Summit 2026 will be tomorrow morning, where we'll have some of our VIPs and delegations from across the continent will be here. Today, we are here to welcome you to this important event, and we are very excited to see all of you. Karibuni, Nairobi. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the Age Convention Center for the Connected Africa Summit 2026. We are deeply honored to host you, this distinguished gathering of leaders, policymakers, innovators, development partners from across Africa and even beyond. I'm very glad to see some of our friends from across the globe, including ambassadors, technology companies, and the Friends of Kenya. Your presence here today reflects a shared urgent understanding. As digital transformation accelerates globally, Africa stands at a very critical inflection point. The decisions we make today and over this period of Connected Africa Summit will determine our continent's position in the future global digital economy. We gather at a defining moment across Africa. Innovation is driving governments. Innovation is thriving. Governments are digitizing public services. Startups are commanding global investment, and the demand for high-speed connectivity is growing each day. Recent research by McKinsey confirms this extraordinary potential, revealing that at the scale of deployment of generative AI alone, it could unlock between $61 billion and also $103 billion in additional economic value annually across the continent. This momentum is supported by the physical reality of our infrastructure, the aspiration of a deeply connected African continent, It's not just a promise, but it is an emerging reality. It is an installed high-capacity reality, extensive undersea network cables touching our various ports from East Coast, West Coast, Southern Coast, and along the northern part of our continent. Inland, we have made significant progress in expanding terrestrial infrastructure through collaborative efforts across our partner states. We are driving digital transformation via national backbone infrastructure initiatives, such as the National Backbone Infrastructure in Uganda, Rwanda's National Fiber Optic Backbone, South Sudan National Fiber Backbone, and Kenya's own digital superhighway. However, we must be candid. Despite these massive strides, there are still communities where fiber has not reached. There are still regions where connectivity remains unreliable, and citizens who remain digitally excluded. We also have witnessed moments where some infrastructure damage caused some regions to be in digital darkness. This is why some of the projects like Northern Corridor Infrastructure Project, with initiatives such as the Regional Broadcast Communication Satellite Communication Program, are vital. And also the other projects we are having, like the African Horn of Africa Gateway Program, touching on Kenya, Somali, Djibouti, and opening connectivity to the Kenya, East Africa, at the Red Sea, through Djibouti, through Somali, and even through Sudan. These are some of the initiatives that we are very proud of as a continent. We've also had a project of East African Trade Facilitation Program that has seen laying of fiber through Kenya, through Eldoret, to the border of Kenya and southern Sudan. And we see possibilities of extending that all the way to the West Coast. At the same time, we have fiber connectivity to our neighbors through Uganda all the way to South Africa. So we ask, why connected Africa and why now? Because the next chapter of Africa's growth will depend entirely on our ability to move from isolated success stories into a single cohesive continental ecosystem. We have the opportunity to unleash a truly unified market of over 1.4 billion people, a borderless ecosystem where data, services, digital currencies flow as seamless as electricity across our borders. However, as we frame our discussions over the next few days, we must acknowledge a fundamental truth. Connectivity alone is not enough. For our digital ecosystem to truly thrive, they must be secure, inclusive, and built on trusted systems that protect our citizens and our institutions and our economies, and also reflects our interest of sovereignties as nations. Trust and cybersecurity are the absolute foundations upon which all our digital progress depends. We must adopt a philosophy of resilience by design, guaranteeing systemic baseline defenses embedded into our foundational architecture rather than relying on reactive security patching. As we build our digital public infrastructure and expand our data economies, we must establish strong governance frameworks that guarantee our digital sovereignty. These rest on three critical pillars. One, deploying sovereign digital public infrastructure. Secondly, enacting unified data governance frameworks and ensuring that critical infrastructure and computational power are hosted within the continent. We must ensure that our data is protected, that value is retained locally, and that systems remain sovereign, accountable, and resilient. The momentum is already with us. The African Free Trade Area Digital Trade Protocol presents unprecedented opportunity to unlock across our border commerce, simplifying market access, accelerate regional trade, And some of the key sectors like telecommunication, banking, public sector are some of the emerging front runners, proving that Africa is strongly positioned to lead in the digital age. To maximize this momentum, we must put our people at the core of this transformation. Africa possesses the world's youngest workforce, with over 60% of our population under the age of 25. We must build a future-ready workforce, foster localized innovation, guaranteeing inclusion so that no demographic section of our population is left behind. This summit thus provides us with a platform to exchange ideas and apply the integration framework, aligning our policies through coordinated legislative action, building collaborative partnership, learning from other regions, and providing opportunities between public and private actors, and also committing to a unified execution in our various countries. We must ensure that by the end of this gathering, we are not just aligned in vision, but have a clear, timely actions. Kenya remains steadfast in its commitment to work with all African nations and global partners to ensure that we build a connected Africa that is resilient, sovereign, and globally competitive. Once again, I welcome all of you to Nairobi. I wish you a very highly productive and successful summit, and we believe this platform will provide you a launchpad to the continent, a platform to connect with the rest of the continent, and also a platform to learn from each other as we engage. With those remarks, thank you very much, and God bless you. Welcome, Karibu.
A round of applause for our PS as he makes his way down. Fantastic speech, if you ask me.
Absolutely. And of course, when you speak about why Connected Africa Summit and why now, the answer is that Africa is best positioned to move forward. And even at this particular point, a hotbed of talent when it comes to tech talent.
I couldn't agree more.
The money is looking for where the talent is. The talent is here. The innovation is here. And this is the time and indeed the space as well.
Absolutely. I remember when I was watching last year's, they were talking about data. We all have data, but it is stuck in different silos. Today, he's talking about ensuring that our data is protected and systems remain sovereign. That means we've somehow crashed down and stopped the silos. So we're able to access each other's data and we can work even better.
And the beauty about it is as we look at innovation, which will be a very key policy and what we'll be talking about as far as we move in these conversations, innovation, legislation really go hand in hand.
Absolutely.
So when we have the ministry here to speak to these particular issues, we know definitely in the right space to make sure the legislation isn't strangling the innovation as we move forward as a continent. And as we talk about that, we'd also like to acknowledge and extend our sincere appreciation to that particular policy driver and policy maker, the Ministry of Information, Communications and the Digital Economy Kenya, for convening this summit and making sure we advance Africa's digital transformation agenda.
Absolutely. We also have to recognize and appreciate all our sponsors, all our partners and exhibitors who are currently present, because your support and collaboration is what has made this absolutely possible.
Actually, in particular, we'd also like to extend our gratitude to Safaricom, our title sponsor, for their continued support and commitment in driving innovation, connectivity, and across this particular continent, a lot of impact.
Absolutely. Now, for this day, we actually appreciate your partnership because it has been instrumental in building and bringing together not just ideas, but investments, solutions that will shape Africa's digital future.
Now, as our PS said, this is our welcome for the day. For the next 4 days, a lot will be going on, but already there's so much happening. We'll give you a quick lay of the land.
Yes.
On what has already started and will be taking place across the day today. As we convene here in the ballroom, a lot will be taking place here, but several exciting activities are also taking place across different spaces in this summit as well.
Now, one of those is the cybersecurity drill simulation. The reason why I'm excited about this is because it allows you to see what a national cyber attack would actually look like and what we're able to do to ensure we ensure that we can take care of it as a nation and even as a continent.
We also spoke about talent.
Yes, we did.
Top talent. We have them in various rooms here. The creme de la creme when it comes to universities and what they can do when it comes to tech. We're actually having a cybersecurity contest happening as we speak, and we're bringing together the best as far as Kenya universities are concerned. They're having a virtual Capture the Flag challenge that is taking place all throughout the day today.
And trust me, that is something we're going to try. Let's see how good you and I and Liz are actually going to be at.
I'm not betting on this one. I'm not putting my money on this one.
Oh, but we must.
But we'll see.
We really must.
We definitely will see.
Away from that, of course, there's a series of visits and site visits that are showcasing real-world digital infrastructure and innovation. And our ministers and some of our partners have actually been there. It's happening in Mukuru kwa Jenga, it's happening in Konza Smart City, and it's also happening as a Faricum and near Fiber.
Absolutely, and of course we also spoke about innovation, and innovation is going to be a key pillar of our discussions this entire week. We do have an innovation bootcamp nurturing the next generation of African tech leaders. That also happening today throughout the day as well.
Perfect. Now, for us to be able to understand how we're having this conversation today, would like to set the scene. Today, would like to welcome someone who will show us what kind of conversations are we going to have from today and next 4 days.
Okay, so let's please put our hands together and welcome Secretary for ICT, E-Government and Digital Economy, Ms. Mary Kerema, OGW, as she comes to set the stage and the scene for the next 4 days. Round of applause for her, please.
Okay, allow me to ride on the protocols already observed, and good afternoon. Is it afternoon? It's still morning. Good morning. Good morning. We sound very dull. I hope after this you'll be excited to go through our programs. Within a few minutes, I'm going to take you through what we are expecting for the next 4 days. So I want to set the pace, or to set the scene. Yes, next slide, please. So why connected Africa, and why now? For too long, Africa's digital story has been told in fragments. 54 markets, 54 policies, 54 approaches. But today, the world we are entering does not reward fragmentations. It rewards a scale, coordination, and clarity of direction. So therefore, that is why we are here, and this moment for the next 4 days matters for Africa. So this summit is not about applications, is not about platforms, is not about tools. It is about power. And therefore, we need to ask ourselves candid questions. If the issue is power, so the strategic question we need to ask ourselves, who defines the rules of the digital economy? The architecture question is, who owns the infrastructure? Sorry. Okay? So the delivery question we need to ask, who controls the data? And lastly, the value question is, ultimately, who benefits? So is it you? Is it me? So in the 4 days, we are going to answer these questions, and they are going to lead our conversations. And therefore, we are saying, if Africa does not answer these questions for itself, these answers will be defined for us. And it will be defined by others. And when others define you, they don't know you. So they will define you as they see you, rather than yourself defining yourself. So the summit will be in 4 days, and this summit will have conversations, but not fragmented conversations. There'll be conversations that are interconnected. In the first day, today, we are going to talk about trust and sovereignty. And this is really the foundations of our digital economy. And it's also setting the foundation of our summit, where we'll talk about cybersecurity in Africa and contextualize it to Africa. We'll talk about data protection and cross-border flows. We'll talk about digital sovereignty, a continental view. And lastly, we'll talk about trust frameworks for the digital trade. And we are saying trust is equal to currency of this digital age. So therefore, if there is no trust, there is no digital economy. Sovereignty is our signature. So if we don't have this signature, then we'll have no ownership of our future. So therefore, sovereignty, very key for us. The second day, we are going to have a discourse around infrastructure and DPI, the digital public infrastructure for Africa. We are going to have a discourse around artificial intelligence, AI, and I always say it is amplified intelligence and emerging technologies. We are going to look at our continental ambition. What are the opportunities and what are the guardrails that we need to put in place? We are going to have discussion around the government enterprise architecture and the government interoperability frameworks that define how government deploys systems. And therefore, you cannot leapfrog on soft ground. We need infrastructure, which is the bedrock. DPI is the blueprint for the digital services that are delivered to the citizens. The third day, we are going to have data and trade, where we are talking about Africa data space, the architecture, the data economy, and the AFC FTA, and these are the cross-border discourse that is going on. Then the cross-border digital trade in practice. We are going to have ministerial roundtables on digital trade, and we are also going to have platforms, payments, and the cross-border financial discussions that are also going on. So we are saying data is the new soil of Africa's economy. With no data, there is no intelligence. Without trade, there is no prosperity to share. So therefore, we need to have a discourse and a deliberate one around the cross-border trade, because therein lies the shared prosperity. The fourth day we are going to have skills and the future. And On top of that is also inclusivity. So we'll have digital skills, we have discussions around inclusivity, discussions around innovation, startups, and investment. And lastly, the future of workforce in a digital Africa. Today, jobs are not found in the offices. Jobs are officeless. So wherever you are, we want to have a discourse how our populace will earn wherever they are. And so therefore we are saying, without skills, there is no pipeline. And without a future, there is no reason to build today. So if we have a reason to build today, the future is for us. And we want to say that it is not only the discussions that we are going to have, we are going beyond the plenaries. We are going beyond the breakaway sessions. So we'll have the ministerial tracks where we'll have closed doors for our decision makers to really have candid deliberation and ask the difficult questions. But at the end of that, they're gonna get an answer. And these answers will go down to the 2026 declaration. Africa, Connected Africa Summit 2026 declaration. The next, we'll have launches that will be done here. We'll have announcements that will be made. And key to these launches is the government enterprise architecture and the interoperability framework that is going to really define how Kenya, the government of Kenya, deploys digital transformation and digital solutions. We'll have breakaways for the women in digital, where we'll have plenaries where we'll recognize the women in Africa who have really shaped the digital economy. We'll have exhibitions where government, the industry, the startups, the innovators are going to showcase their products. We'll have inbound trade missions where we'll be able to curate the business to business and business to government meetings where deals will be signed. So make sure you don't leave Connected Africa 2026 without a deal. That's a bet, and I'll take stock after the 4th day if you have really made a deal. And lastly, today there were field visits which have already been announced. There were people who are going to Konza. We've already visited the Mkuru Wanzenga, where we have the affordable housing and the digital hubs. So there will be programs running in parallel from today up to the 4th day. So make sure you can have the best of what we have for you. Sorry, I keep forgetting to flash this. Okay, so we are saying today that what this week we must achieve so that we can have something to talk about for the Connected Africa Summit 2026. We should have clarity on Africa's position on AI, data, and digital sovereignty. We should have stronger alignment on digital public infrastructure and interoperability. We should be able to live with practical pathways to unlock the cross-border digital trade. And lastly, and most importantly, we must live with commitments that outlive this room. We have been saying that we've been having conferences, meetings, but it is time for action. So therefore, let this summit mark our starting for action. So I want to close by saying that we need to carry forward the spirit of Umuntu, Gumuntu, and Gabantu. And this really reminds us that no nation rises alone, no innovation thrives in isolation, and no digital future can be built without people at its center. And for inclusion, we are saying Africa must build its digital future that is inclusive, people-centered, and anchored in shared progress. Progress without people is hollow. And lastly, we are saying our strength, in the end, our strength will not be measured by how far we advance individually, but by how intentionally we rise together. And therefore, digital transformation is a leadership responsibility. And all of us seated here are leaders. Therefore, let's all take the mantle and lead the digital transformation of our nations. Our progress is collective. Our strength is shared. Our destiny is interconnected. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful, connected Africa 2026, 4 days to come. And let it make a mark in your life. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause to Madam Karima, please. Really setting the stage for what the discussion will be.
What?
There we go. For the next 4 days, some critical questions that need to be answered. Who owns the infrastructure? Who owns the data? And how do we benefit from it? Who's really benefiting from that? Key questions that by day 4 should be answered right here. So before we move forward, I want us to do a quick game because we've heard a lot from this side, but I'd like to get a sense of the room as well.
Absolutely.
Cynthia. And this game called Put a Finger Down. So what we'll do at this point is raise one hand. Want your 5 fingers up. Okay, I'm actually waiting for your hands to go up.
We're going to show you how
This
to do
isn't a
it.
virtual exercise. It's as practical as it gets.
We're going to show you how to do it.
So anytime I'll ask a question, if that has happened to you, you shall put a finger down. Just to understand where we are in the room. Context setting. So put a finger down if you've ever announced a bold initiative, because these summits have very bold initiatives. You've said it, you're ready to do it, and then later struggled on fully implementing it once you're back in the office. I can see 2 fingers down. You know,
We're not judging, guys. Nobody's judging you. We're just being honest.
Okay. Put a finger down if you believe alignment is Africa's biggest opportunity. Okay. Definitely in the right space. Put a finger down if you've sat in a room like this before and thought, this time we have to do things differently, surely. We just have to. I can see many fingers have gone down on that one, And that's why we're here. You heard Ms. Karima said we're doing things differently. And finally, put a finger down if you're here not just to talk, but to leave the room with one decision you'll actually act upon once you're back in our offices. All fingers are down? Then you're definitely in the right room. A round of applause for yourselves. Now we know, after all is said and done, as they say, much more has to be done than said. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Now, ideally in the program, we should be doing a coffee break, but we're going to use move it a little faster because we should be having a panel discussion right now. So that is what we're going to prepare for. Very, very quickly, our panel discussion. If you go through your notes in our program, so we're able to move a little bit with our time a little faster. So if you can just be able to go to your programs and see who is going to be up next, so that we're able to introduce all our panelists and, of course, our moderators for this particular session. Again, it's going to be fast, it's going to be fun, and want to ensure that every single person who is present here is involved the way they should. Now, I don't know whether we've been sat for a little too long. Do you want to do a little bit of like a stretch, like a health break? Do you want to do a health? I'm just looking at you. Do you want to do a health break? Okay, let's get up. Let's do a quick health break.
I can hear yes from this side of the room. He's already up.
Let's do a quick health break.
There.
Let's do a quick health break. Everybody on your feet. We're going to do a quick health break. DJ, you're tempting me. Stop tempting me. Stop tempting me. We're going to do the easiest of things. It's a nursery rhyme, I believe we used to do, right? Put your left foot out, put your left foot in, put your left foot out, and you shake it all around. Do the boogie woogie and does anyone know
also learning this along. This is straight improv. So left foot forward.
Yes.
Left foot back.
Yes. Right foot
forward.
I like that you're following me and you're doing your left.
I was following what you were doing.
Okay. So are we all together? We're going to start. Put your right foot out, put your left foot back, put your right foot back, and guys, do as I say, not as I do.
Okay.
Follow
Okay.
Yeah? As I say, not as I do. Right?
So even if you're saying right, but your left leg is the one moving, we should not follow you.
Precisely.
Okay, there. Okay, fine.
So
now
fast,
we got it.
right?
Now we have gotten
You're
it.
catching up so fast.
Fine.
So we're going to do this, okay? Put your right foot out, put your left foot back, put your left foot... we're together. Put your left...
There's someone here with two right feet. I'm not going to name names today, but the two right feet on this side.
Okay, we're going to do it really, really fast. Now, put your right foot out, put your left foot back, put your left foot out, and you shake it all around. Do the boogie woogie. Because that's what it's all about. See, I told you there are people in this building who know it. There are people in this building who know it. Okay, put your... Hey.
Now she has problems. That is your right hand.
Okay, fine.
That is your right hand.
No, it's directions. You know how we are with directions. So put my... Guys.
You're right.
Okay, so put your... I can't do these things alone. Put my...
Right hand out.
Put my...
Left hand out.
Put my left... thank you. See, they're doing what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Nobody's paying attention, guys. Nobody's paying attention. At all. Nobody's paying attention. Now, one last time. Put your...
Right hand out.
Put your... And you... That's what it's all about. Now, I would like to bring the master of this with us, who has, I need a roaming mic. You can give me a roaming mic, really, really quick. Is it somewhere?
Well, Cynthia, we did talk about talent.
Yes, we did.
It wasn't restricted to tech. Okay, fine.
We're about to show it off.
Fantastic.
See, I have noticed talent. I'm very good at these things. Your Excellency, if you may. Thank you very much. Join me on stage. We're going to do this with you, yeah?
I can guarantee you on the LinkedIn post he had for today, dancing was not what was going to be put there.
No,
but here we are.
Okay. So, you know the song? Yes. Okay, sharp. Where's my mic?
Can you have one roaming mic?
There we go.
Thank you very much.
So, you want to take us through it?
So you put your right hand out, you put your right hand in, you put your left hand out, and you shake it all about. You do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around.
That's what it's all about.
Yay!
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for that. So, as we had said, slight change in the agenda. And as we are told, this is what agility is all about. You may have your seats, I believe. We're now awake. Quick announcement before we get to our first keynote address. A couple of vehicles that might need attention. KCJ 529K, that is a Nissan Patrol. KBW301Y, KBP 075S, and KBU 089N. So once again, KCJ 529K, KBW 301Y, KBP 074S, and KBU 089N. Please proceed to the parking area. You need to remove those vehicles right now. So just in case you didn't hear those vehicles, KCJ 529K, KBW 301Y, KBP 075S, and KBU 089N. Please proceed to the parking area. You need to move those vehicles. So let's move it along with our program, and we want to get into our keynote addresses at this particular point in time. I'd like to call on stage Colonel Dr. James Kimoyo, Director of the National Computer and Cybercrimes Coordination Committee, NC4. Colonel here. A round of applause for Colonel as he comes on stage for his remarks as well. And sorry, as he comes on stage, the summit tradition is you keep clapping until he gets to the podium. So if he likes this applause, it might take a while. Colonel, stage is yours.
PS, sir, all the protocols observed. I'm not sure how many minutes I have. 3 minutes? 15 minutes? Okay, I'll be very quick. So I just need some induction. Can we have the slides, please? Okay. All right, so I was given a very interesting topic, and I prepared for a presentation for 1 hour, but I've been told I just take 15 minutes, and therefore I will be very quick and very fast. My focus, therefore, was to be able to talk about the war that we are in within the cyberspace. And what you are seeing there are just dictionary definitions, so you don't need to worry about them. War is just a state of armed conflict between states, nations, or organized groups. And down there, we go to the next definition of what a battle is. And they usually say you can lose a battle but win a war. And your focus should be to win the war. Because within a war, you can have a series of battles, and all aimed at achieving the objectives of a war. And I want to say that one of the difficult wars to be able to fight, or one of the difficult battles to be able to fight, okay, I have a technicality here because the screen is behind me. Okay, let me stand here. So that means I'll need a mobile microphone. Guys, I need to be able to see. Can we sort that? Very good. Okay. This is where I was. In the military, we believe in rehearsals, so it means now we didn't rehearse, but we'll still move very fast. Let me go back again. So I was to deal on the issues of the battles that we are dealing with within the cyberspace, and I will say that war is a big thing that we cannot be able to exhaust its discussion here. But what I was also trying to say is a war will have many battles, and even if you lose one battle, you can still be able to win the war. So let me just go straight, just a little bit of introductions of the type of space that we are dealing with. These are just ordinary statistics that are there. The last official statistics for this country is 2019. I believe the next one should be able to be 2029, and our official population is at 47.6 million. Our median age, as you can be able to see at the end of the bullet number 2, there is 20 years. This one, the PS has already mentioned about it, and it will have a little bit of implication on this discussion that we are having this afternoon. one of the best countries in terms of mobile penetration at almost 139%. Then smartphones alone standing at 83.5. All these are going to be able to define the landscape that we are dealing with when it comes to the cyber warfare that we are dealing with. More statistics, key to point to note there is our social media usage, standing at over 4.5 hours on a daily basis compared to the global average of 2.5. So again, this is going to influence some of the points and the discussions that we are going to have in this discussion. This is a very common statistics. They say globally that cybercrime is the third largest economy behind the United States of America and also the People's Republic of China. I've put a few bullets there in red. So if US and China have the largest economies, when it comes to cyber, when it comes, they have the largest economy ahead of cybercrime, then we see that US and China have the two largest militaries. That is to also tell you by inference that cybercrime has the third largest military globally. And if cybercrime therefore has the third largest military globally, then this is the war that we are fighting both as governments, industry, private sector, academia, and also the public. So there are enough resources within the cybercrime domain or within the cybercrime space to be able for them to invest in people, to invest in technology, to invest in tools, to invest in processes. All this with the objective to ensure that they are able to probe and also compromise some of the critical information infrastructure that we have around Kenya and also within the region. I've just brought this slide to show you some of the domains of warfare. From the traditional land where kings will fight one another just to expand their territories and their kingdoms, getting into the waters where trade and movement was more of course the maritime now is one of the issues that has hit global headlines within the ongoing conflict, which I don't want to mention so much. We got into the air. We realized that air is a good avenue to be able to fight. People went to space. Just the other day, the Americans were in the space trying to see if before the end of this decade we can be able to land in the moon. But my interest there is the development of cyberspace as the new frontier of warfare. And this is one of the areas that is coming up thick and fast. And we need to be able to prepare both as a country and as a continent to be able to take charge of this space. Now, I brought a few things here because I'm supposed to deal with the warfare. A good army, for it to be able to fight a physical war. When I say a physical war is the normal war, where we use the normal militaries, that is land, maritime, and air, we'll need three key components. That's the physical component, the moral component, and the conceptual component. And these are the very things now we want to be able to project within the cyberspace and be able to see now, can the same components therefore apply when it comes to war within the cyberspace. I have two sets of PowerPoint slides here, of two sets of points here that I've just projected, just to show you the principle of ordinary war. When I say ordinary, this is war that is within the physical domain, and also what we call the functions of combat. Now the question is here, can again these principles of war and these functions of combat, can they be applicable within the cyber domain as an area of warfare? Now let me now come to what I was supposed to do, to be dealing with. That is the battle or the war within the cyberspace. There are four things that are critical here within a good doctrine when it comes to matters of warfare. Number one is to be able to understand or to define the cyberspace. We want to know what type of terrain are we operating in when it comes to the war within the cyberspace. Number two is to be able to describe the effects that we want to achieve. And the effects can be many. Physically, you want to strike. Physically, you want to fix. Physically, you want to be able to identify physically. You want to be able to defeat physically. You want to be able to stop enemy advance and all that. But within the cyberspace, we still have effects that we also need to be able to achieve. Number 3 is to be able to identify the threats and also evaluate them, because not all the threats will have the same magnitude of impact. Then 3 is to be able to identify, therefore, what we call the causes of action, and which may be the most appropriate for the given scenario that is at hand. And all these are adopted from what we have, we call the Kenya Cyber Defense Manual, and among other documents that are available within the public domain. Now let's move to what we call the phase number 1 of cyber warfare. That is being able to define the cyber or the battle space. Because if you do not know the space that you are fighting, then you will not be able to conquer. Remember, the battle space favors both the enemy and also the friendly forces. So if you are fighting in the mountainous area, for example, those mountainous areas will be both favorable and also disfavorable for both parties. If you are fighting within a desert domain, then that desert domain and environment will also be still working for or against both the enemy and also the friendly forces. If you are fighting within the what we call a jungle environment or a forested environment, the same. If you're fighting within what we call OBUA, that is operations within built-up environment, that is within the urban setup, the same operational environment will also be favoring both those who are fighting against and those who are fighting for. So within the cyber warfare environment, it is also very critical to be able for us as government, private sector, academia, and also industry to be able to understand and to define the battle space. So here we must be able to consider what are the threats, consider the terrain that you are dealing with, because you cannot be able to defend what you have not mapped. Then we move forward to continue understanding our terrain. As you can be able to see there, this is some of the figures that we have, and these are again open, available within the open source domain. Across Africa, more than 670 million plus users. Projected economy within the 2026-2027 in terms of US dollars, 180 billion, all the way up to the number of mobile money transactions that we have today, more than 100 million transactions. So this terrain, therefore, provides what we may call a very unique and a very, what we may call porous environment for would-be adversary to be able to attack or to be able to perpetrate their would-be actions, or there will be objectives within the cyber environment. Again, as you can be able to see, as the latest report, we have the KESAT reports that are usually published on a quarterly basis from September, October, November. So these are the numbers. Again, I will not dwell on them. Okay. So these are the numbers, as you can be able to see, almost 4.6 billion in terms of the threats that the sensors are able to pick. And this now means that the type of defenses that we need to put in place then must be able to be commensurate to the type of threats and the numbers that we are able to receive within our systems. Okay. So step number 2 within the intelligence preparation of the battle space, that is understanding the cyberspace, is the description of the effects. Having now understood the type of environment that we are dealing with, then the next question is, what effects do we therefore want to be able to achieve? And this will be able to shape exactly how we are able now to respond. Some of the effects, just to mention, so that we be able to save on time. We need to check what will be the asymmetry in terms of speed, in terms of reach, in terms of visibility, and also in terms of the capital. Remember, effects here, we are just transferring what is there within the physical domain and trying to apply it within the cyberspace domain. Are you able, therefore, to see what is coming? And if you see what is coming, are you able to evaluate it? And if you evaluate what you have seen, then what type of response do you need, therefore, to be able to put in place so that you can be able to stop that enemy or that attacker from being able to, stopping him from being able to achieve their objectives. The number or stage number 3 is therefore now to evaluate that threat, because it is not every threat that needs response, and it is not every threat that will require the same amount or the same magnitude of response. Remember, the resources available to be able to respond to some of these threats are scarce or they are limited, and therefore and sometimes the threats can be diverse. People can be coming, the threats can be coming from all corners. They can be flanking from all directions, and therefore being able to apply or to evaluate is key to the type of response that you apply against what you are able to see within the cyberspace. Just a minute. Okay, these are some of the enemies or some of the threat categories that we need to contend with. Allow me not to be dwell on them. Of course, their diverse impact. I want to go to number 4. Yes, number 4 now is to determine what we are calling the various causes of actions. Having now gone through the entire process up to the evaluation of those threats, then you need to be able to evaluate and determine the cause of action that you need to take, considering the resources that you have and the type of threat, and it's the type of threat that you are facing. So doctrinally, for you now to be able to respond, we have what we may call a layered approach, all the way from the human capital, trying to look at the threat intelligence, operation defense coordination, all the way up to the governance and what need to be done at each and every of those levels. So looking at all this, in the military or within the cyber defense capability, we have what we call the OODA loop. OODA loop is your ability to observe, orient yourself, make a decision, and take action. So the faster your OODA loop is vis-a-vis your enemy, then the better your chances of success, because immediately your enemy gets into what we call the inner cycle. That means he's able to observe, he's able to orient, he's able to decide, and he's able to act faster than you are able. Then you face imminent defeat. I know my time is up. Let me just go to the conclusion. So in conclusion, I believe that this forum provides us an opportunity to be able to discuss the real war that we are facing. And the good news with this war is you don't need to be in uniform. You don't need to understand how an AK-47 works. You don't need to have gone to a rifle range for you to be able to be a soldier against this great war. So African cybercrime battlefield is real. It is hot. It is tough. It is dangerous. We need a strong army that spans across government, industry, private sector, academia, among many others. We are saying that here, every soldier, and I've put the word soldier there in quotes, so that you don't get yourself out. You don't need to have gone to recruit training school or cadet training school for you to be a soldier when it comes to the matters of cyber defense. And individual counts, and therefore we need both the numbers, the capabilities, the capacities. I'm repeating myself, the trainings, the technologies, and the financial investment to be able to successfully prosecute and win this battle within the cyberspace. With those few remarks, allow me to conclude this there. Thank you. God bless you.
A round of applause for Colonel Dr. James Kimu. I will tell you for a fact, for someone who's gone through phishing, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. But I thank my order team was present, and they helped me figure out my accounts, especially my digital and my bank accounts. It was a nightmare. But I thank God we have a solid team that helps us through that. Now, if you'll walk out the stage, thank you very, very much. A round of applause as he steps away. Thank you very, very much, Colonel. I appreciate it ever so much. On stage, I'd like to welcome David Bunay. He is the Managing Director, Oracle Kenya, and Cloud Systems Leader, East, West, South Africa. Kindly, if you join us on stage. And of course, it's going to be about 15 minutes. We're going to try very much to keep it within that time frame, or I'll walk slowly towards you. Thank you very much.
So to the PS, Ministry of ICT and Innovation, to the Chair of the Board, as well as the CEO of ICT Authority, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, or good afternoon now. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We need to be more excited. This is, cybersecurity is the most exciting space that all of us should be aware and not to slip through the presentations. So I've been given this session, just a keynote, a couple of minutes, but I do know that we have an opportunity to, interact post these sessions, and I want to invite all of you to join. Some of you who would want to be more discussion in our, we've got our sessions or a meeting room that we can use across this plenary, and I think we can be able to have a much more in-depth discussion. But with the few minutes that I have, I just wanted to share a couple of things, because we're all a part of the industry. Oracle is part of the technology industry. We've been here over almost 20 years plus in Kenya and the region. We've been present globally over 48 years in terms of being a technology company. So few companies actually survive through that technological leap that happens every now and then. And we're absolutely excited to partner with government, to partner with private sector, and to continue working together in terms of delivering solutions for customers as well as with government. In order to, let me start with that. It's one of our slides that we must show, so that everything I say must be probably, I will not promise that I will deliver, but we promise that we'll do our best, right? I want to share this one slide, because I think for me, this is the most exciting slide that we have today as Oracle, because there is obviously a massive investment happening around the world on cloud and cloud technology. We're extremely happy and honored to have investment coming into Kenya, and soon we'll have our launch in Kenya. This is a second country after South Africa, and there's also Morocco in Africa, and a couple of others that will come into the future. And the reason I say this is that in order to make an investment in data centers, it means that customers that will have to trust you, and it starts with trust. Building data centers is a massive investment, and that has a huge capital outlay. And one of the most important, really important action or important item that you need to consider is, are customers going to trust to host data in your data center? And that means that you have to have a really strong security around the customer data, so that as they trust you to move their data from their own environment to your own data center, you will be able to guarantee that that data will not be, accessed by anyone, especially in a multi-tenant environment where data centers, you have multiple tenants being hosted in your data center. So if I share this, maybe I can have from the picture we have here, I want you to see the investment that we're making in data centers across the world touches every country or every region around the globe. And the reason to this is data is pervasive, obviously, and cuts across every region, cuts every country, and every industry. There is need for countries to have specific data being secured for their own sovereign reasons. And we're among the few cloud companies that actually we have built what we call sovereign data centers. For example, the EU region had to insist on their own data centers that they can access within the EU countries and have secure data that is available to their citizens of the EU community. Now, as we talk about Africa, 54 countries, we will not be able to build data centers in every country that is present in Africa. We will have to make a decision, probably east, west, south, north, and those data centers then will have to host this critical data that potentially are for different countries or different entities around Africa. The only single link that assures all these countries and everybody around Africa is security. We will have to guarantee them, as we even invest in data centers, as we invest in data sovereignty and securing trust among partners, let's say East Africa community, Southern Africa community, AFTA. What will make or break that partnership and is the trust around data and how data is handled. And so as Oracle, with almost since 1970s, our DNA has been on data security. Our history as Oracle comes out of an innovation that we were requested by a government at the time to build a secure data platform to be able to manage a huge amount of data. We've built on that innovation over the last decades to ensure that industry by industry, government by government, different governments, different solution providers are able to trust that when they use an Oracle database or Oracle infrastructure, that data is secure. We've evolved from database into applications, into cloud now. And our massive investment in cloud is a demonstration that we will guarantee our customers and our governments that we will hold their data securely, and we'll guarantee them that what we do, the security in their own data centers, we're moving that data into our own data centers and guarantee that we'll provide better availability, better performance, but even better security. And that's an important conversation that we all have to accept. As I said, trust is a single point that we all have to accept in terms as we have this discussion. Our history as Oracle, we've worked with partners across different industries. In the previous slide, probably I didn't point out that we partner with Microsoft, we partner with Google, we partner with AWS and many other cloud providers so that data can move from one data center to the other. So as we evolve in terms of the discussion, if we even imagine that we're going to build data centers across Africa, we're going to have the ability to have that data to transit different regions, different countries securely, and people trust that that data is secure and that data's integrity is secure. As we look at those journeys, let's look at also industries. Our customers span across different industries: healthcare, defense, government, energy, transportation. And each of these have unique requirements. Each has different data requirements, the data levels of data security. In the US, for example, healthcare data is absolutely required to have the certification of HIPAA, which is an industry-wide standard for managing and curating healthcare data. In financial industry, we also have to comply with that. So what I'm trying to point out to you is, in order for any trust to be achieved, you got to be able to work across industry, across the partnerships that we have with governments. We work in Kenya with the Office of Data Protection Office, and they guide us in terms of how do we manage and curate data for customers and for governments in the region. So this is an important consideration as we evolve into this new era of data. Security is not going to be earned, and trust is not going to be earned in one day. It's a journey. And it's not a point product that we invest in order to fix a problem. We have to literally understand that it's a multi-layered approach. It's a continuum. As some speakers who have mentioned before, we have to think through the multi-layer approach, like the defense that he talked about, the Colonel talked about. In a similar way, and I know there are many technical speakers who will speak shortly, we have to think through this security and cybersecurity from the perspective of continuum, and from the perspective that we need to think through an approach that addresses each and every space with leaving no gap. In our own experience, part of what we do is to ensure that as we move our customers' data into cloud, we're able to identify, authenticate that data, and give them the same access as they were in their own office, in their own data centers, that they host their own data. We are able to authorize that in a seamless manner, regardless whether it's in our cloud or in their own private environment, and ensuring that data is encrypted using the highest standards of encryption, depending on the industry and depending on the requirements of our customers, and as well as provide the visibility that they need. But all that, as one of the speakers mentioned, I think the PS mentioned about, is the foundation. The foundation in terms of the infrastructure layer going up needs to be absolutely secure as you build on those multi-layer, whether into application level or other areas of the technology. So why do customers and why do governments trust us? We do have that decades of experience in partnership, in protecting data, and we do think that we continue to be world's trusted technology company, because when we lose that trust, regardless of the 40 years plus of our partnership across the world, we will not exist as a company. And we take security seriously. We do partner across, as I say, different industries. Requirements vary by industry, and we do think that we are able to be adaptable. As I said, security should be built in, not as an add-on. And I know a lot of the technical speakers will speak about this in the next sessions. And as I conclude around this one, integrated security is critical, because once you have one single unified integrated security, you can have visibility in the different layers rather than having a point visibility, and the reaction of that incident is better managed when you have a full visibility across. I want to, as I conclude, this is an important one because a lot of governments in Africa are considering moving their data into data centers. It's going to be a huge undertaking. First, the fact that a lot of data today are hosted by individual departments, individual ministry agencies. As they consolidate that data, and we all know the reasons why this has to happen, we have to think about what are the areas to explore or learn. For example, what happened in the EU case, it was very specific. They need to make sure that data is available across all their regions, across all the citizens of the EU, but that data must have separation, because these are different countries with different requirements and different demands in terms of what they do every day. And there has to be full encryption of data. And that data needs to be visible to only those who need to access it, whether in a multi-tenant environment or in a converged structure. At a high level, localization, isolation, access management, asset ownership, which is also complex, operation support, and of course the regulatory across has to be one of the consideration. This has to be an in-depth conversation. As I said, it's going to be extremely difficult to build data centers in every country.
Blessings, good people. Zion training a come on your way. Dandia Twende.
The very best of roots and culture.
Reggae and positive vibe.
Reggae in the bedroom, reggae in the bedroom.
Kila weno from 10 p.m. This is Inayad Extra. Na uwaga very bad.
I'm a normal African. With I and I, Mali Moses, the positive warrior, alongside the baddest.
DJ D-Rage from the mix each and every time. Nimbaya.
As our weekly ritual, allow me to plug you with the new releases, man. And number one is Mali Safi by Iyani. You know, when Iyani dropped Pombe, aka drop Ruma, aka drop Kifo Chamende, people thought that Iyani is a one-hit wonder. Alafu pia akaweka Kimeru kiasi hapo, man. If we are to rate this collaboration, it's a 50-50. Former lead singer of Sarabi, Mombasa Mandela, tonight explores new musical horizons where sound, rhythm, and culture collide. And we are right here for the exclusive East Africa premiere of Michael, a cinematic look at the life and legacy of the iconic king of pop. I'm talking about Michael Jackson.
I'm just getting started.
That for sale? The gray one?
Yes, that's for sale.
Bring it.
Sure, sir.
My budget's about...
Why are you still moody?
I bought you in a purse.
Are you pretending to be rich or just insane, huh? Where'd you get that kind of money?
I'll work hard and buy you a leather one.
Don't buy expensive stuff for me. You like?
Are you ready for the next big thing in tech? Well, we'll spotlight Kenya's brightest young minds, game-changing startups, and breakthrough technology that are shaping our future. From AI and robotics to sustainable futures, we bring you the stories behind the scenes. KBC Channel 1. Remember, tech starts here.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for Lunchtime News on KBC Channel 1. It's coming to you live from the Broadcasting House in Kenya's capital, Nairobi. My name is Giverson Maina, and our sign language interpreter is Lensa Odingo. So join us for the next 1 hour or so for news within, of course, across the country. Now we begin in Garissa County, where community elders, inter-religious leaders and the political class and of course the security officials drawn from Garissa and Tana River counties are urging members of the public to exercise restraint and de-escalate tensions after the killing of a taxi driver early last week. Now the elders who had a meeting at the county commissioner's compound urged the security apparatus to deal with criminals not as tribal entities but as offenders who need to be dealt with according to the law. Now county police commander assured members of the public that they have enough capacity to deal with rogue elements, even as he appealed for calm.
That was an isolated incident, and the suspect is known. Police have the capacity to arrest that officer, and we are calling for him. So I'm appealing that you maintain peace. Let us stay calm. Let's stay as brothers and sisters.
Wasichukulie siasa kufanya biashara kati ya kabila mbili ama dini mbili. Useme huyu ni yale ngumu, useme ni hii, wasifanye hivyo. Na ni mbaya sana.
Garissa ni ya sisi sote. Hakuna kabila moja ambaye ni ya Garissa. Hakuna kabila ambaye inaweza sema kwamba Garissa ni yao. Hawa sisi wote tulikuwa tunaishi kama ndugu, sisi wote tulikuwa tunaishi kama jamii moja ambayo tulikuwa tunatangamana.
Now, away from that, the State Department of Science, Research and Innovation is all set to host the Science, Technology, Research and Innovation Week from Monday, May 18th to Friday, May 22nd, 2026 at the Kenyatta International Convention Center, KICC, bringing on board different stakeholders in the industry to showcase Kenya's scientific excellence and the role of science and technology in national development. Now, addressing the media during an inaugural meeting in Nairobi, the Principal Secretary for Science, Research and Innovation, Professor Shaukat Abdul Razak, said the event will bridge the gap between scientific discovery and societal impact, urging researchers and innovators to disseminate their discoveries to the public and for greater understanding of the work being done. The week will be commemorated under the theme Igniting Innovation, Bridging Science and the Society for Sustainable Development.
Week is really to bring everybody in the ecosystem of science, technology and innovation for society together to be able to have discussions on how science can be able to impact positively in the society, to be able to showcase the entire pipeline of science, research and innovation, looking at how innovation could be able to spur growth and be able to create more job opportunities, how research and innovation could be able to be commercialized, how Kenya can be able to take this agenda forward in terms of creating wealth, in terms of creating more job opportunities for our youth.
And Rift Valley Regional Commissioner Abdi Hassan is crediting sustained government efforts to restore stability in areas previously plagued by banditry for the prevailing peace across 14 counties in the region. Now, Hassan noted that the transformation marks a significant milestone for a region that for years had been synonymous with insecurity, displacement and loss of life. Now, speaking in Muchongoi in Baringo South during the official opening of Kimoriot Division, Hassan emphasized that the focus now shifts from security enforcement to rebuilding livelihoods and ensuring sustainable development in the region.
Kwa mara ya kwanza hatujakuwa na visa vyovyote vya utovu wa nidhamu ama usalama katika bonde hili na haswa katika kaunti 6 ambazo ziko North Rift.
Pato tuna ufungufu kwa sababu wale walirudi huko hawana uwezo. Tunashukuru kwa vyakula, pato tunahitaji vyakula. na tumefungua sasa mabarabara ya security kupitia equalization van.
Tungeomba kwa heshima na unyenyekevu hao watu waweze kuwa resettled kwa sababu wamerudi nyumbani lakini hawana chochote. Ng'ombe iliibiwa, wanaishi manyumba ya ufukara, lakini ni watu walikuwa wanaishi vizuri.
And on matters politics now, Jubilee Party has condemned the use of goons in political rallies, saying it poses a threat to democracy in the country. The Jubilee Party leaders who spoke in Murang'a County also called for political tolerance ahead of the 2027 elections. Take a look. As political formations continue to take shape, Jubilee Party presidential flag bearer Fred Matiang'i has faulted security agencies for failing to tame the goons' menace, warning that if unchecked, it could lead to anarchy.
Mkenya hako na haki kwenda kila mahali. Kama unataka kwenda kuegeza Loitoktok, kaa huko. Lodwa, enda. As long as you are a Kenyan.
Matiang'i, who spoke in Murang'a, also criticized the healthcare system under the Social Health Authority, saying it was not serving its purpose.
You know, education and health is like the cockpit of a plane. You can't walk away loitering. You must be there yourself looking every day. Kitu inaweza kuharibika. Kama hii maneno, if I was the minister myself, when I was the minister, mimi huwezi kuniletea report, ninajiangalilia mimi mwenyewe.
Meanwhile, political leaders in Laikipia County, led by Laikipia East MP Mwangi Kiunjuri, have called on residents to consider development records of political affiliations when electing their leaders.
Hakuna vile atukupiga siku ya leo, atukisema ni UDA, ni UNDA. Ukisema ni Jubilee, ni Jubilee. Watu wachague viongozi. Ndiye tukielezewa na Wachira kazi, tutaulisha za Wachira Karani. Wewe ukiwa mjumbe na William Samoei Ruto, mlitufanyia kazi gani? Wewe Jane Kagiri, ukiwa mjumbe, ulituletea nini watu ya Laikipia?
Laikipia lawmaker Jane Kagiri added that residents should desist attempts by politicians to create division or undermine the government.
Wao walikaa kwa serikali wakapata kila kitu. Saa zile wamemaliza kupata kila kitu, wakuje kutuchochea sisi tuondoke kwa serikali. Mimi nataka kuambia tutakuwa kama viongozi laini ya mbele kupigania maendeleo ya
Now, leaders from pastoralist areas are calling for the extension of the enhanced continuous voter registration exercise, saying many residents in such areas have been locked out due to movement in search of pasture. Now, West Pokot County Governor Simon Kachapin says so far only 32,837 new voters have been registered, attributing the low registration to the migration of locals into neighboring Uganda.
According to West Pokot County Governor Simon Kachapin, collection of ID cards has also been affected due to the pastoral nature of the locals.
Ya kupewa special treatment ya hata kuwatafuta mahali wameenda. Kama sasa kutoka kaunti ya West Pokot wenye wanahamia nchi jirani ya Uganda, kwa sababu jamii yao wako kule Amudat, sehemu ya Uganda. Serikali yetu iongee na serikali ya Uganda iwapelekee kule.
He says the small number of registered voters has seen the area left out of development project, even as the county largely contributes to production of beef and livestock.
So ile marginalization ambayo sisi tumepata ni kwa sababu wanaona sisi ni wachache. Sisi sio wachache. Ni kwa sababu sisi hatujajiandikisha. Wapogo ni wengi. Tungekuwa na kura mingi, lakini nafikiri hii nafasi ya kwa mahama.
With only 32,837 new registered voters, the governor says the number is too low.
Hiyo ndio figures ambayo tumepewa. Na katika Rift Valley, nafikiri tuko namba 3. Lakini bado tuko 10%. Kuonyesha bado registration ya wapiga kura wapya ni bado iko chini.
Residents have also echoed the call for the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission to extend the exercise to allow those locked out to participate.
Na pia njia ya usafiri pia ni shida kidogo kwa sababu West Pokot ni sehemu ambayo ina milima. Kwa hivyo pia hata serikali nataka wameweza kusambaza katika karibu location.
Bado kuna watu wengi ambao hawajajisajili kwa mambo ya vitambulisho. Ningependa kuomba Waziri Murkomen, Kipchumba Murkomen, kwamba ikiwezekana muwape wakazi wa West Pokot muda ya kuwe na hiyo free registration sababu watu wengi wameacha sana.
The month-long enhanced continuous voter registration exercise is set to come to a close on Tuesday, April 28, 2026. Kamchemenza for Lunchtime News.
Now to matters education now. The leadership of the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers in Kisumu is demanding the payment of teachers who marked the 2025 national examinations as soon as possible. The union is at the same time demanding autonomy as well as the confirmation of junior secondary teachers, noting that the internship terms are no longer tenable.
For the second term, teachers in Kisumu are threatening to paralyze work if the JSS teachers will not be accorded autonomy and confirmed on permanent and pensionable terms.
The teachers are there and they're suffering out of sports autonomy, out of curriculum autonomy, out of administration autonomy.
All the intern teachers are also all learned teachers in Kenya, and we are doing our work right.
We want the interns given proper money. It is not fair. Graduates being paid 17,000 in this economy of today, we are hurt.
Led by the Executive Secretary George Osura and Chairperson Robert Ogaja, the teachers further called for the immediate payment of dues owed to those who took part in marking the 2025 national exams.
If this is not done, we know very well NEC is a contract. By the TSC teachers, they take contract. So we will stop our teachers from participating in future activities relating to NEC.
The teachers have also cautioned healthcare service providers contracted by the Social Health Authority against extra levies.
Our money is being taken. Nobody is doing us a favor. We have a cover and we want to be covered fully.
And we should note clearly there is no co-payment at all. So the hospitals which are talking about co-payment, kindly call us. And immediately you do that, we'll ensure that.
Reporting for Channel 1, I am Wycliffe. Okay.
Now we take you to Kilifi County, where education in Kilifi County has received a major boost following the rollout of an artificial intelligence AI training initiative dubbed Experience AI, targeting teachers and learners. The project, spearheaded by Tech Kids Africa in partnership with education stakeholders, is part of broader efforts to promote digital learning by supporting competency-based learning through technology integration.
We are having digital literacy. So this is part of ICT integration that also the government needs the teachers to be able to learn, to be capacity built on, for them to be able to train or teach the subjects they're teaching in school in the best way possible.
We've learned about machine learning, we've learned about computer vision, we've learned about things like crayons, which I believe if parents can support us, maybe by providing those kids with mobile phones during while at home, maybe in the evening, maybe it can help them to ease our work as teachers.
Now to Kirinyaga County, where traders are increasingly operating late into the night following the installation of more than 165 floodlights across markets and trading centers. The move has significantly improved security and extended operating hours, with traders in towns such as Kagio, Kutus, and even Wangoro opting to operate until midnight, and others shifting to a 24-hour model. Now, Governor Anne Waiguru says the lighting program is part of efforts to boost economic growth by creating a safer and more enabling business environment. The initiative, already transforming livelihoods, has seen traders report increased customer flow, higher earnings, signaling the rise of a vibrant nighttime economy.
Residents and traders in Kagio
Kutus, Kerugoya, Kenyaga, and Wanguru can testify that it's now easier to transact business in those towns. We intend to continue expanding this urbanization.
The idea is to make sure that we light up our county for improved business environment so that our business people can work longer, and to improve security because most of them they are in the rural areas.
Ilitusaidia sijui ni kwa biaje sababu kulikuwa na wakora wengi lakini walienda sijui walienda wapi mandamu akituwekea hii tao mnaona ilitusaidia sana
kukiwa na mataa kuliko tufunge saa 6 ama saa 1 kama mbeleni yetuko tunafunga saa hii tunafunga hata saa 4 yubando customer wanakuja kasi iko sawa.
Now, mental health professionals have been urged to utilize digital platforms for therapy session clients in an effort to reduce the rising cases of mental disorders in the country. Now, research papers presented during the 27th Annual Scientific Conference in Nanyuki, Laikipia County revealed that 25% of Kenyans suffer from mental issues, but majority are either not aware or are shy to seek assistance from medics. The conference, whose aim is to push for new strategies in reducing the burden of mental disorders, was organized by the Mental Health Nurses Chapter.
It will help us deliver the services that we need to get to our patients outside the hospital setup. We don't need them to come here. Remember, we are always talking about stigma, discrimination, all these, we talk about them so much.
Globally, 1 in 7 adolescents experience a mental disorder. Depression, anxiety, and behavioral disorders are the most common conditions. Suicidal remains a leading cause of death among youth aged 15 to 29 years. Okay.
Still matters health. Hundreds of residents in Mombasa County have received free medical services during a one-day medical camp organized by the Bora Dawoodi community in partnership with the Mombasa County government. Dr. Yusuf Mustafa noted that the camp targeted approximately 400 people, offering comprehensive services, reviews by general practitioners, ear, nose and throat specialists, physicians, orthopedic and even general surgeons, even ophthalmologists and dental surgeons. Take a look.
Most common ailment during this camp we have noticed are eye issues. We've had quite a number of cataract surgery candidates that we have identified, and eye being quite a common issue in the area. Apart from that, we have also noticed quite a number of people have undiagnosed diabetes and high blood pressure, which we have advised the patients accordingly, and also dispensed medications where required.
Which targets initiatives across social welfare, food and nutrition, environment, education, and we have a special focus towards healthcare.
Tunashukuru nimepata matibabu ya macho na alikuwa macho yangu hayaoni vizuri kwa maandishi, lakini pia amenipa miwani. Nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu.
The rising fuel prices are now threatening the operations of children's homes across the country as the cost of food and other basic commodities continue to rise. Home managers from a section of institutions, including Shifra Center and Acts of Hope Children's Home, say the situation has been worsened by poor money circulation in the economy, declining local support, and even reduced foreign donor funding. They now urge the government to review the recent fuel price increases.
Wakati mwingine hata unataka kupeleka watoto shule, hauna chakula, sasa unashindwa, ni pesa ya shule unapata,
ama ni pesa ya chakula. Kusema kweli, mimi inakuwa ombi langu kama itafika mahali Kenyans tujue ile umuhimu ya kusapoti hao watoto tunahudumia.
Bilangu kwa serikali ni kwamba waweze kuangalia sasa na mambo ya mafuta, kwa sababu kuna familia kama hizi ambazo tunalea, tuna watoto tunalea hawana wazazi, ni sisi ndio wazazi.
Ile shopping tulikuwa tunafanya kama ni 200,000, saa hii ile pesa tunafanya kiwango ya 150, na tunaona miji kama hii imeafektiwa sana, na ni vizuri serikali iangalie juu ikigusa tu mafuta imegusa kila kitu. Juu bei ya kila kitu saa hii iko juu zaidi kuliko vyenye ilikuwa.
And that story takes us to a very short commercial break. Don't go too far, still so much more coming your way.
Under the Kenya Kwanza administration, the city is becoming a model of modern African progress where vision meets delivery.
The developments that are taking place within the Bomas International Convention Complex will be a game changer for this country.
The cost for transplant goes to around 650,000 and all will be paid by SHA.
Na zile pesa tulikuwa tunalipa ilikuwa mingi sana. Hii shule iko free.
All flagship projects are in advanced construction. Every project tells one story, that Kenya can dream boldly, build confidently, and deliver faithfully.
As our weekly ritual, allow me to plug you with the new releases, man. And number one is Mali Safi by Iyani. You know, when Iyani dropped Pombe, aka drop Ruma, aka drop Kifo cha Mende, people thought that Iyani is a one-hit wonder. Yani msanii tu mwenye atakuja alafu apotee. But of late, anything that Iyani touches ina turn into the national anthem. If you focus on hii weekend, huyu jamaa ameimba na Swahili, akaifuse na Ingoso, alafu pia akaweka Kimeru kiasi hapo, man. If we are to rate this collaboration, it's a 50-50. Former lead singer of Sarabi, Mombasa Mandela, tonight explores new musical horizons where sound, rhythm, and culture collide. And we are right here for the exclusive East Africa premiere of Michael, a cinematic look at the life and legacy of the iconic king of pop. I'm talking about Michael Jackson.
I'm just getting started.
Blessings, good people. Zion training a come on your way. Dandia Twende.
The very best of roots and culture.
Reggae and positive vibes.
Reggae in the bedroom, reggae in the bedroom.
Kila weno from 10 p.m. This is Inayad Extra. Na uwaga very bad.
I'm a normal African.
With I and I, Mali Moses, the positive warrior, alongside the baddest.
DJ D-Rage from the mix each and every time.
Nimbaya.
And I welcome back. You're watching Lunchtime News on KBC Channel 1. And I want to take you to the Age Convention Center where the Africa Connect Summit is ongoing. Listen in.
Quickly, because we have a very short time, it is important that we appreciate the aspects that has been already presented this morning on issues trust, security, infrastructure, connectedness, and systems. At the end of the day, I remember my colleague from Defense already gave you an overview that we are in an environment that is always competitive, that has got geopolitical interests, personal interests, company interests, and that forms our ecosystem. So as we do whatever we do, we must be aware that any system that we build must be resilient and must be trusted. To achieve this, it is important also to appreciate what is critical infrastructure, as my moderator has already pointed out. Many of us don't understand what we define a critical infrastructure in the digital age. We always sectorized key systems, maybe in defense, water, transport, health, and so forth, telecoms, and so forth. But right now, we are in an environment where systems are interconnected. A system that is supporting water, a system that is supporting transport at one time, they are all hosted in a cloud environment. Maybe Cisco or other cloud infrastructure, AWS and the rest. So at one time, when we are talking of protecting that critical infrastructure, we must be aware of its implications. Sometimes we also may look at critical infrastructure from various dimensions, the functional dimension. If disruption of this critical infrastructure is going to render a whole organization into no service, or a whole nation into no service, a whole population of a country may not be able to conduct business, from private sector, from individuals to government. That is a system that is considered a critical infrastructure. We also have a lens where a critical infrastructure is such a system that whose inability to function will cause life. And many a times, this is not directly measured from digital frameworks. It is cascaded. A system may cause you not to access your bank, and by so doing, you miss buying food, and by so doing, you are likely to be hunger, and in the long run, you're likely to die. So, or a system may disrupt a health system that is supporting life, and at the end of the day, we lose that life. So that system is considered critical in that perspective. We also have this assessment on critical systems that may cause trust loss, either to an organization or to an individual, a key individual in this regard, or to a government. We have seen this before, of issues of misinformation, disinformation, somebody coming up with a message about something, and you have a serious campaign out there from nowhere. At the end of the day, you'll have serious national security harm to very many people, and that is also the angle at which you can look at how critical a system may be. And this, in this respect, social media frameworks fall in that category. Therefore, what is important is to appreciate that a cyber incident becomes a national security concern when it threatens the essential services that may cause cross-sector disruption. For instance, now, like we have the fiber cables, the submarine fiber cables, which supply or connect the East Africa to the West Africa. Any disruption or inability for those cables to function, you could see the kind of implication. Most of the banking sector will be affected, health sector will be affected, and not just here in Kenya, but across the region. That is a serious critical infrastructure that now...
That is the ongoing the 15th annual Connected Africa Summit of 2026 ongoing, discussing about enterprise financial services and the digital solutions, of course, is ongoing, is starting today, or that started today, will be going on up to the 30th of this week. And of course, 800 global investors, policymakers, and business leaders are attending that particular summit. Now, away from that, now senior and junior secondary school teachers in Samburu County have threatened to go on strike as the second term of the 2026 academic year begins this week. They cite the removal of the county from the list of hardship counties and placement in the medium level of hardship as a key reason. Now led by Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, KUPPET Secretary General of Samburu County Branch, Peter Letipila, the tutors described the region as a difficult area due to insecurity, poaching, and even poor infrastructure.
Speaking to journalists outside the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers KUPPET offices in Samburu County, Samburu County Branch Secretary Peter Letipila gave the government a 7-day ultimatum to restore their privileges to serve in difficult conditions.
It is not in order. We are demanding that whoever who has done that particular research has no information about Samburu County. If you think of areas like Baragoi, the whole of Samburu East, a good part of Samburu Central, the teachers are undergoing through hardship, especially when it comes to security.
They have also called on the government to employ teachers on permanent and pensionable terms and improvement of healthcare services.
Mwalimu anaweza kwenda huko na atumie pikipiki shilingi 6,000 pahali naenda. Pahali zingine unakuta inatumika pikipiki shilingi 8,000 pande moja.
Why Samburu County? Did the commission really do a clear review of the hardship that teachers from Samburu are facing? Communication is an issue. The roads are impassable. Also, when you look at the REREC statistics, electrification in Samburu County, it's still too low, below 20%.
Elsewhere, the county government of Embu has pumped 67 million shillings into the promotion of early childhood development education teachers and vocation training center instructors. A total of 565 ECDE teachers and 124 VTC instructors have received their promotion letters to higher job groups in a move aimed at strengthening foundational learning and skills development. Embu County Governor Cecil Mbarire said her administration will spend an additional 28 million shillings annually on ECDE teachers and 39 million shillings for VTC instructors.
We promoted about 17 staff in 2022, and we have continued to grant capitation of 25 million every year. And this year we are going to be giving you 35 interns, but we hope to improve on that, continue employing more so that workload can be easier.
Today we are also issuing them with CBE textbooks, so we expect them as the school starts, they be ready to go and ensure that they cover the syllabus as expected.
The county will also hire 100 ECDE and 35 VTC interns as a stopgap measure to address the growing workforce needs for the two sectors. Michael Mondiga for Lunchtime News.
And now let's get to business. Now, a cruise ship has called, or rather at the port of Mombasa, bringing in 1,019 tourists who will be at various tourist sites in Kenya for 2 days. Most of the tourists are retirees drawn by Kenya's calm landscapes and opportunities for both relaxation and adventure. Take a look.
Cruise tourism increased 140% in 2025, with the Kenya Tourism Board projecting sustained growth this year. The Kenya Tourism Board says additional 6 cruise ships are expected to call on the port of Mombasa in the first half of this year. Early on Monday, MV Azamara docked at the port, bringing in 630 passengers and 389 crew. The vessel arrived from the Port Victoria in Seychelles and will proceed to Zanzibar.
Huko imechukua siku 2 kufika Mombasa, ilifika leo saa 12 asubuhi, saa 8 usiku. Ilikuwa ifike saa 12 lakini kulitokea dharura ikafika saa 12 saa 8 usiku. Imekuja na abiria 630 wa kutoka mataifa mbalimbali.
Those who were at hand to receive the tourists aboard the vessel highlighted the need for the government to relax some charges and levies on cruise tourists to make Kenya more price competitive and attractive.
If a tourist pays once, he doesn't pay any other time. If he comes there, he docks, he pays once, then he doesn't have to pay any time. Because if you do that, then we'll enable them to come out, to go to other attraction center, so that at least their currencies can be used here in our county of Mombasa and any other areas in the jurisdiction of our country.
They underscored the need to shore up security to attract more cruise liners.
Fikiria la muhimu sana ni usalama kwa sababu hao watu kuna wengine hata hawataki kutoka kwa meli, hawataki kelele.
They also challenged Kenyan youth to enroll for maritime courses to tap growing cruise ship opportunities.
Kitu cha kufanya kama serikali ni kubidiisha pengine wafanye Kenya kuwa ndo yaitwa port call hub. Yani wageni wanaingilia hapa na wanatokea hapa. Ndo kidogo nchi tafaidika zaidi kwa
for Lunchtime News.
And now to our interactive segment here, we want to speak about owning a decent home in Nairobi, in cities, in towns, and wherever across the country. And so I have in studio Daniel Mwangi. Daniel Mwangi is Director of Property Solutions. And welcome to our studios, Daniel Mwangi.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes.
Mr. Maina.
Yes. To begin with,
yes.
Many people want to own a decent home. It doesn't matter where, in Nairobi, in Eldoret, in Mombasa, in Kisumu. All Kenyans want to own a decent home.
Yes.
But majority cannot afford it. If they can't afford it, then how do they own a decent home?
That's a very good question. Normally, the process of land buying is a process. It is not an event. It is a process that normally takes place from owning a piece of land to the point of starting the constructions and what have you. And I believe that is the most important thing that people need to understand is that it is a process, and that's the reason why some land buying companies like Pro Property, we normally give people a payment plan, you know, where you can start investing and with as low as 30,000 Kenya shillings, and then you pay up to a maximum period of up to 1 year. And then from there now you start buying materials, and constructions begin. As it's a process, it's a whole process. And I think that's what most of the people need to understand.
Yeah. There's the issue of buying a land, buying plots, as we know it in Nairobi. You go to Ruiru, you go to Juja, you go to Syokimau, everywhere. And people are waiting, they're doing this thing called speculation. And all of a sudden, the price of those plots shoot. They skyrocket. Then how do we, what is the solution to this?
I think the solution is much more like I'm talking about the payment plans, and also the government offering better loan interest rates, because it is true what you're saying, that most of the people are buying to hold and speculate and waiting for the prices to go up. It's a matter of just making land available and affordable to all.
Should we have regulations? Should we have even policies and laws saying that in this particular area, for example, maybe in Juja, this is the cap for the maximum you can go. This is maybe 1 acre, quarter plot, 1 acre. This is the cap. You cannot go beyond that. Should we have such?
Let me tell you something, Mr. Giverson. In Kenya, we have massive, or rather plenty pieces of land. And to be very honest with you, we have vast land in different places that are still yet to be occupied. And I think it's a matter of the government opening up these places. And by opening up, I mean, building those essential structures such as roads and giving out drilling waters and water view. You go to places like Kikuyu, you'll be surprised to know that there are places in Kikuyu that are yet to be occupied. And land they are going at a very low rate. It's all about the government opening it up, and helping people to, instead of even capping, because the more you cap, then you're simply calling a certain group of people, like a class of people that can only afford. The moment you cap it, you limit it. You limit this piece of, you limit the number of people that can purchase that land.
Something else. Young people, if a young person is saving, for example, they have a job today, they have saved maybe up to 2 years, so they have something. Why would you tell them or rather advise them to go buy home, or as opposed to owning a business?
Well, that's a very good question. Number one, it is only in business, but in business, nothing is guaranteed. You will start a business today and you're not guaranteed that at the end of the month or at the end of the year, you're going to make any profit out of it. But there's something that you will be guaranteed when you buy a piece of land or a home. The truth of the matter is that it appreciates. And you're guaranteed that by the end of that period, at the end of the period of 1 year, the land will have appreciated. Unlike the business, which is you're not guaranteed that you're going to make any profit out of it.
There's so many slums in Nairobi. How do we transform these, slums, informal settlements into, and we take, and these people who are dwellers there, they own a decent home. How do we get rid of the slums in Nairobi? Millions of people.
It is very easy. It is very easy. It's just a matter of making land to be affordable in this country. You make land to be affordable, and then the government opens up this kind of these roads out there in those unoccupied pieces of land. Because the reason why someone is in the slum, I mean, there are so many people. You'll be surprised living in the slum who can raise up to a maximum of 400,000, and still not live far from Nairobi. But the problem is the road connections and the essential facilities such as water, schools, and police stations in those areas. Right? Like I said, there are so many pieces of land in this country, very close to to Nairobi CBD, and it's just a matter of people opening up and leaving these places and identifying and seeing whatever is available out there. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Daniel Mwangi. Because of time, we have to end our interview there. So Daniel Mwangi is Director Pro Property Solutions, speaking to us on ways of owning a decent home. Now, I take you to Alan Aoko. I'm told our very own business reporter, Alan Aoko, is on standby. Alan Aoko, if you can hear me, what do you have for us this time?
Thank you very much, Givas Onmaina, back in Broadcasting House. Indeed, here at the Edge Convention Center in South Sea, Nairobi, we are attending something that is being termed as a digitally transformational meeting, where the continent is meeting to discuss issues to do with the digital economy of Africa, uniting Africa's innovation and bringing the entire continent's digital economy together, and seeing how we can overcome the bottlenecks that come with these issues when it comes to intercontinental trade and so on and so forth. But I do not want to hog the limelight myself. I do have a guest here, Mr. Frederick. Welcome. You're from Safaricom. Tell us, how does this meeting tie into the scope of things from your company point of view, and how can we digitize the continent even faster?
Okay. Thank you, Alan, and thank you to all the viewers who have had an opportunity to join us today. And also thank you to all the guests who have been able to join us today here at the Connected Africa Summit. Alan, this is the 15th year in which this conference has been held. And for me, just if I can take a moment to reflect on what excites me, is that in that period, in the 15 years to date, we have been able to see the great strides that we have taken, not only as Kenya, but as a continent in terms of deploying infrastructure, mobile infrastructure, fiber infrastructure, data centers, and now we're even talking about activating satellites to help drive the connectivity conversation even further. But in that point of reflection, Alan, is also to note that the conversation has now shifted. It's not about just connectivity, it's also about how do we deepen the usage of those connections. And I'm sure, Alan, just like you and many of our viewers, we're already enjoying the benefits of a connected nation, from mobile money, which has become ubiquitous. I don't think there's any Kenyan today who does not use mobile money, showing the transformative power that the flow of money has in people's lives. And then also, Alan, appreciating that as we've driven those connections forward, now you're finding Kenyans, even in rural communities, being able to sell their produce, being able to sell whatever it is that they have put together to people not just within the country, but also cross borders, speaking again to the power of connectivity. So I think every time that we take a point to reflect and see where we want to move forward to, it's important that we reflect and appreciate how far we have come. And the conversations today upon reflection, we'll now be looking at what are the commitments we need to go forward. And one of the conversations we've just had, the meeting that I've just walked out from, is about the element of trust. Trust being the currency, being the lifeblood, that center core that drives our connections forward. Because, Alan, if we do not develop platforms that are safe, secure, and reliable, then our customers, our citizens will not be encouraged to stay on. If you think of it from this perspective, Alan, the connectivity and the access that we have created so far has brought Kenyans and Africans in. But if we develop trust in those platforms, then people stay in and are able then to deepen the usage of those platforms. So exciting conversations happening right now.
And that's very interesting as you say that. You also oversee and head policy and regulation from where you sit in Safaricom. Perhaps what else can we do even as a country to make sure we have interoperability with these digital systems across the continent from where you stand?
Right. So Alan, first off, to give kudos to our regulators across both the mobile money side, across the GSM side as well, because interoperability has been driven across our platforms. Today, if I was to take mobile money, for example, it's possible to send money across networks. It's able to pay merchants across networks, speaking to that power of interconnection. Again, Alan, just emphasizing on the issue of trust. Trust does not take place unless there is a unity and a meeting just of mind and on purpose as well. So interoperability, as you've mentioned, is something very critical, and I'm grateful to the government for the efforts that they have taken towards that, driving forward that agenda. We have benefited as a corporate and as a nation. On the aspect of the GSM side, which is the mobile side, when you're making a call from one person to another, again, interconnection is already in place. We're already sharing platforms such as our towers, again, reducing the cost of rolling out, reducing the cost of ensuring and increasing the speed at which we're able to deliver services across all to all Kenyans.
Indeed, thank you very much for that very nice, short, brief interview where we've learned a lot about what you're also doing to add connectivity into this space. And indeed, thank you, Giverson. We're just speaking to Mr. Frederick Waithaka, who is also the Director of Policy Regulation at Safaricom. And we're just speaking about what are the expectations that come from this conference going forward. Remember, we're here for the next 4 days just to dissect how interconnected our continent shall be and what we are doing right now to move forward and bring inclusivity in the digital economy of the continent. Besides that, we will bring more stories as we proceed. I am here with Ben Troy Njue, my colleague, just to bring you up to speed to what is happening here at the Africa Connected Summit 2026. Back to you.
And thank you, Alan Oko reporting from the Edge Convention Center. And let's get to business now, or rather to sports. The Basketball Africa League Sahara Conference had two very competitive matches over the weekend in Rabat, Morocco. Now, Nigeria's Amak Town Flyers secured their first ever bowl victory, defeating fellow debutants JCA Kings of Cote d'Ivoire 76-68 at the Prince Mole Abdallah Sports Complex. Now, the Flyers delivered a composed performance led by Jawad Adekoya, who scored 20 points. It was JCA Kings' second consecutive defeat in the conference. Club Africain of Tunisia edged AI Ali of Egypt 69-68 in a tightly contested encounter, registering their second straight victory of the Sahara Conference. Omar Abada led Club Africain once again, finishing with 25 points, 4 rebounds and 7 assists.
Shot in, it's pure net for that man, Amin.
That is back-to-back threes from the same sport for Ehab Amin.
Had it down, trying to get it, it's quick time in, around the back, trying to deal with the ball. Waits for support intelligently, no, he goes for the basket and he gets the...
He'll celebrate that one, when you get a rebound over a 7-footer.
And a big shot in the corner.
And that's where we end our lunchtime news on KBC Channel 1 from here at the Broadcasting House. My name is Giverson Maina and our sign language interpreter is Lensa Odingo. See you again next time when you see me.
Under the Kenya Kwanza administration, the city is becoming a model of modern African progress where vision meets delivery.
The developments that are taking place within the Bomas International Convention Complex will be a game changer for this country.
The cost for transplant goes to around 650,000 and all will be paid by SHA.
Na zile pesa tulikuwa tunalipa ilikuwa mingi sana. Hii shule iko free.
All flagship projects are in advanced construction. Every project tells one story, that Kenya can dream boldly, build confidently, and deliver faithfully.
Inasimagwa hivyo. Kwa nataka unipeleka hapa kwa stage. Lipa kwanza. Hautaiba, hii ni mpya. Everything is sparkling clean. Arrange me. Ndio hiyo sasa nitakulipa hiyo tarehe 7. Ndio yangu nayo ina rangi. Kwanza kabisa.
Nakulaji takula hivyo baya kama mtoto mdogo ya class, tu hata mtoto mdogo ya class tu ukabatali.
Nani? Huu naye iko wapi?
Mokaka selisha rensen kitambo na akaenda.
Kama wanajeshi wale wa kukagua gwaride. Unajua hauzeeki kabisa.
Ulikuwa unataka nizeke unipeleke buchari gani?
Sasa hii mokaka hakuna. Takasi iko mzuri namna gani? Hii ni kazi gani unaweza ambia watu ni
My name is Marita Davison. I'm an environmental biologist with a master's degree from Cornell University. Today we're focusing on space exploration. You can think about the natural systems here on Earth that allow us as humans to survive, to breathe, to habitate. There's a connective tissue that runs through all of them. And those relationships extend to space, to our universe and our solar system and our place in it. We're affected by things that happened billions of years ago and millions of miles away. And there's a commonality in our exploration of the things we can see and touch and the things we can only imagine.
Powering the future, confronting the world's challenges with cutting-edge solutions, medical breakthroughs, and high-tech discoveries. These are the stories of our planet. This is VOA Tech.
In the foothills of California's San Gabriel Mountains, with just a few signs to identify it, sits Jet Propulsion Labs. At first glance, you might mistake it for a college campus, and in fact, you wouldn't be entirely wrong. Although funded by NASA, JPL is managed by Caltech University, an association that runs back to its founding in the 1930s. And as unassuming as it might look from the outside, it's here that the history of man's exploration of space is written. Again.
Touchdown confirmed. Proceed.
And again.
Touchdown confirmed.
And again. JPL put America's first satellite, Explorer 1, into orbit in 1957, before NASA even existed. And if an image is worth 1,000 words, the images captured by JPL over the years are priceless. Technically, JPL's purpose is to carry out robotic space missions, an umbrella with a lot of space underneath. It's best known for its one-of-a-kind missions. Voyager's exploration in the outer solar system that started in the 70s and continues today. Cassini's tour of Saturn, the images of its rings as striking today as when they were taken. And the missions to Mars, once but a dream, now a regular occurrence. But when it comes to planetary exploration, JPL's most important work might also be its least well known.
I think some folks aren't aware that NASA is such a big contributor to the Earth sciences. You know, I came to Los Angeles to study air pollution, and it was a very local kind of job. You were thinking about the pollution right here and the way you might clean that up. And then I got involved in satellites, and it's just an extraordinary way to look at our Earth.
Satellites, JPL's specialty within a specialty. Since the space race began in the late 1950s, more than 6,000 satellites have entered the Earth's orbit, each with its own purpose or mission. How many different kind of satellites are there?
There's a lot of different kinds of satellites. If you look at what NASA's doing right now, somewhere probably between 2 dozen, 3 dozen satellites. Wow. For example, the AIRS instrument is a sounder to look at weather-related data, temperature, clouds, water vapor. I used to work on pollution measurements like tests that looked at ozone, carbon monoxide, and other gases. There's many different things looking at clouds, looking at rain, looking at all those gases, temperature, water vapor, just many, many different satellites to interrogate the Earth.
I mean, is it fair to say that a satellite is, you know, a vehicle for shooting up whatever instrument you need to take the measurements you're interested in?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to think about this. You kind of have a few pieces of it. So there's commonality that a lot of, if you see scale models or the pictures, you'll usually see some sort of boxy thing and then these big wings. So we all have some solar panels that collect the energy we need to operate ourselves. Mm-hmm. And then we have what we call the satellite bus that's kind of got the pieces you need to drive around in space. It might have some little thrusters to control yourself. It has what we call reaction wheels that take up momentum as it moves and help you with maneuvering. And then it has an instrument payload, and that's where the differences are, right? Different payloads get mounted on these satellites, and some of them are massive and some of them are smaller. But yeah, we have a fleet of satellites and then a bunch of different instruments on those satellites.
Dr. Etterling's focus at JPL is the study of Earth's carbon cycle, the seasonal increase and decrease of carbon dioxide, and how the steady rise in the amount of CO2 gas trapped in Earth's atmosphere is contributing to climate change.
Think of the year going from January through December. You've got that quiet winter, carbon dioxide drops down in the spring, and then what happens in the fall and the summer or winter, it's going back up. And why is it going back up? Well, you and I have been driving around in our cars all year long, using power plant fuel all year long. So there's always this carbon dioxide that we're adding. So there's kind of this constant uphill carbon dioxide from humans, but it changes because the plants take it away in the spring and then stop taking it away. So you see the uphill come from the humans. So there's a constant up from humans and an up and down from plants.
The satellite JPL built to study Earth's carbon cycle is called the Orbiting Carbon Observatory, or OCO.
9, 8, 7.
And on February 24th, 2009, it was launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base in California.
0. And liftoff of the Taurus rocket with OCO, tracking a greenhouse gas in seek of clues to global warming.
It's one of the ironies of working at JPL that in order for a mission to succeed, everything must go perfect, in a field where that's rarely the case. 13 minutes and 19 seconds after launch, the OCO satellite was supposed to separate from the rocket, placing it safely into orbit. It didn't.
It appears we've had a contingency with the OCO mission. Please enact the mission mishap preparedness and contingency plan. Begin with notification, data impoundment, and mishap response tasks. Do not leave your stations until released by the NLM or the ALM.
It wasn't JPL's first unsuccessful satellite launch. There are literally millions of things that can go wrong when you try to put a rocket into space. Variables in the planning, in the math, in the construction, in the software, in the rocket itself. And it just takes one thing to go wrong. It would be 5 years before JPL was ready to try to put its orbiting carbon observatory up again, this time calling it OCO2. Failure is baked into the cost of space exploration, and getting back on the horse is standard procedure.
3, 2, engine start. 1, 0 at liftoff of the Delta II rocket with OCO2, tracking a greenhouse gas in seek of clues to climate change.
A different mission, a different outcome.
Good spacecraft separation. The orbiting Carbon Observatory is now separated from the second stage and is flying on its own.
And a much different control room. With OCO2 safely in space, the mission turned to data collection.
So we're measuring carbon dioxide by looking at this reflected sunlight in the atmosphere. And just a few numbers for your number-loving crowd is when you fly around Earth on OCO2, it takes you about 90 minutes to circle the Earth once. So we get about 15, 16 cycles of a day. We collect that measurement of sunlight, and there's 1 million measurements per day.
And after 4.5 years of taking measurements, patterns form, models are created, and results begin to emerge, resembling art as much as data.
So we know on a average basis about half of what humans emit is being removed by plants and the ocean. But if you look at the details from year to year, you've got these years where it's only 20% that's removed, and you've got years where it's 80% that's removed. So one, why is every year so different? What's the driver for that? And two, if I want to make some estimate of what's going to happen 30, 40, 50 years down the road, I have to really understand the details of these behaviors to make a good prediction for the future.
Now, more than 10 years after the failed launch of OCO, and after nearly 5 years of collecting data from OCO2, JPL and Dr. Ederling are preparing for the next phase of carbon research, the launch of OCO3. Only this time, it has a different destination, the International Space Station.
So the space station's in what we call a precessing orbit. So if you sat here and thought about where's the ISS, one day it might come over you at 8 p.m., and then the next day it's going to be a little bit earlier, 7:30, and then 7 p.m. So it's moving earlier in the day, and from dusk till dawn, you'll have an opportunity to get data. Do we really understand how they respond to sunlight? Is water the limiting factor and not the sunlight? Does it get so hot that the plants kind of shut down in the afternoon? We'll look into all those kind of questions. So that's one really great thing about OCO3 is not just continuing this record of global carbon dioxide, but doing it now with time of day information.
I mean, it just seems like so much of this is about planning, the prep, the design, the concepting. Tell me what it's like for you and for the team, you know, to do all of this work right up front, and then you send this thing off, right? What's that like?
Yeah, it's really interesting because we'll have these conversations in the hallway, and when you talk to one of our engineers, they'll be like, "I'm so excited, OCO3's finished," and I'm like, what are you talking about? OCO3 is about to begin. So for the engineers and the technical staff, they feel this sense of accomplishment, sense of completion because their hardware is delivered and it's ready to fly. I feel this sense of excitement and trepidation because we're about to get it into space and start collecting the data and really getting moving.
Carbon dioxide, the carbon cycle, all of these things are have kind of big implications for humans,
yes,
you know, and they're also very, you know, politically contentious in some ways. The information that's coming from these missions is the hope that they will contribute to some sort of policy, you know, be translated into policy down the road?
Exactly. So we're motivated to collect the very best scientific data we can. And that feeds into scientific inquiry, understanding, better prediction. But the ultimate goal is to get that in the hands of the policymakers, because I think all of us want to make sure that policymakers have the best information possible to make the best decisions possible. And that really is what we're trying to feed into. I mean, that really motivates me in my work. I think engineering is fun, but problem solving and having new information that can make a positive impact in people's lives is really the most important thing to me. So we do have that goal ultimately with what we're doing with our carbon dioxide measurements.
As important as JPL's work in the area of earth science is, those missions don't always capture the world's attention. That is never the case with its missions to Mars. JPL has been sending spacecraft to study the red planet since the 1960s, each mission capturing the public's imagination just a little bit more than the last. Why do we have this fascination, this interest in Mars?
I think Mars is kind of unique among all the planets in that, you know, you can actually kind of imagine living there. I mean, you know, if you look at these panoramas that the spacecraft send back, they're not that different from, standing in the desert, standing in Death Valley or someplace like that, with that someplace is pretty barren, but still it's recognizable. Some of these other planets, you have icy satellites and everything's made out of frozen methane, or you go to Venus and you have this kind of yellow sulfurous atmosphere and all the rocks are kind of, planed off, kind of flat, and none of those places really look like a real place that you could live. But Mars, you can put on your helmet, put on a nice warm spacesuit. You can imagine, walking around and going into your dome and farming in your little greenhouses and actually living there. And I think, that's something that really kind of connects with something primal, in ourselves.
Bruce Bannert is the principal investigator on JPL's current mission to Mars, InSight.
InSight is a new kind of mission to Mars. Okay, so we've gone to Mars with a lot of spacecraft, a lot of successful spacecraft. We've gone there and we've put spacecraft into orbit. We've roved on the surface. We've looked at the rocks and their composition on the surface. We've looked at the atmosphere. We've looked at even the magnetosphere and the ionosphere of the planet. But we've never probed beneath the surface. So we know the surface really well. We have maps of the surface at really high resolution. But once you get below the surface, back into the other 99.9% of the planet, we know very little about it.
So before I launch into what InSight is and what you're trying to do, I just want you to take me back to what you were thinking on 2 days.
Okay.
The first is when you launched on May 5th. What were you thinking that day?
3, 2, 0.
I was thinking, wow, that's loud.
That's fun.
You're hearing it go, and then it's fading out, and it's on its way to Mars. I mean, it's just so hard to get your mind around.
May 5th, launch goes up, and it's on its way to Mars, and then it lands on November 26th. So what were you thinking that day?
So we're watching it, and we're getting back the telemetry. It's entered the atmosphere. It's slowing down. Then we lose communication for a few minutes while the hot plasma is interrupting the signal. And then we get the parachute release, and like every single one of those steps, there's about 8 different steps that are sort of milestones that have to happen right. Okay, that one's fine. Parachute's deployed. We dropped from the back shell. We're a kilometer above the surface. We're coming down on the rockets, and then it's just like, yeah, it's slowing down. That's good. And then finally, we get to the point where we're supposed to touch down, and everything stops because the landing coordinator, she has to make sure she gets like 3 different pieces of information. Once she has all 3,
touchdown confirmed.
She says, touchdown confirmed, and then we can all jump up and down and cheer.
So, we've all seen these images of mission control, on the day, on the landing day, the excitement, the media descends on JPL, and there's all that energy buzzing around. Talk to me about what happens the day after. Is it just business as usual?
No, I don't think it's ever business as usual on Mars. I worked on the Mars exploration rovers, Spirit and Opportunity, for about 7 years. And, at that point, we were, anywhere from 5 to 10 years into our, 90-day mission. And so every day, we were getting signals down from the spacecraft, from the rovers telling us what they did the day before. We were putting together commands, telling them where to go, what to take a picture of. And so, on some sense, that was our normal routine. We went to work every day. We got our lunch pail and went to work on Mars every day. And it becomes routine in a way, but it still maintains that excitement because, every day you're looking at a picture, and that's a new view of Mars, a different place, a place that no one in the history of humanity has ever seen before. And you don't have the adrenaline pumping every day, but it's still, at least, a couple of times a day, you go, wow, that's really on Mars. It's really, this thing, you take a picture of it. I actually, touched that when it was here on Earth. Now it's on Mars. That never goes away.
If you look at the arc of JPL's previous and planned missions to Mars, we're basically at the halfway point. From the first flybys in the 60s and 70s to the ultimate goal of a manned mission sometime in the future. InSight is the next step towards that goal. by increasing our understanding of subsurface Mars. So walk me through some of the instruments that we have on the spacecraft itself.
So we have a thermometer, basically, but to take the temperature of the planet, you can't just sit on the surface, you have to get down below the surface. So we actually have what we call a mole, and it's a mole because it burrows down. It's actually a little torpedo about that long, and inside it has a hammer, and it hammers itself down into the soil. And we're going to, in the next few weeks, we hope, go down about 15 feet deep. And it has a cable that connects it back up to the surface. And on that cable, there's a little temperature sensor, a little thermometer about every 1.5 or 2 feet. And we can measure the increase in temperature as it goes down that hole. Now, it's only going to go up maybe 1/100 of a degree or maybe even a little less. But we can extrapolate that increase all the way down deep into the planet, basically all the way down to the core, to understand how much energy is left inside of the planet, the energy that's actually forming mountains, forming volcanoes, and so forth. So it tells us how geologically active the planet is. The second instrument, and which is actually more of our main instrument, is our seismometer. And it's just measuring vibrations of the surface. Those vibrations are caused by Mars quakes, not earthquakes, okay? But the cool thing about that is if you have a Mars quake on the other side of the planet, it vibrates the surface, shakes it really hard, but those vibrations then go all the way through the planet and they come up on the other side, and then we measure those vibrations as it comes up. And as it goes through the planet, those waves or vibrations, they pick up information about the rocks that they travel through. It changes their speed, it changes their frequency, it changes the size of the vibrations. And so when we measure that, it makes those little wiggles that you see on seismograms. We can actually analyze the shapes of those wiggles to pull out that information about the material that it moved through. And as you get those waves coming from different directions through the planet, different slices of it, we can put together a 3D map of the inside of the planet. It's like a CAT scan in the doctor's office. And so the seismometer will allow us to make the first map, basically, of the deep inside of a planet.
Mars quakes aren't the only vibrations the seismometer picks up. This is the sound of a Martian wind blowing against the spacecraft. The star of each mission to Mars is invariably the spacecraft itself. But with each new project comes new technologies designed to increase the chances for success.
Liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket.
On InSight, that new tech focused on better communication with the spacecraft.
So what we did was we actually flew 2 little spacecrafts called Marco A and Marco B, and they're only the size of a briefcase. They're literally this big, and they flew all the way to Mars all by themselves, which is incredible. They get to Mars about the same time we did, and they're only about 1,000 miles away. And so they can pick up that very faint signal. And then they have their own X-band system that can focus the signal and send it back to Earth. And so while we were landing, we were transmitting this very weak signal in the UHF band. The Marcos were picking it up and sending it back to Earth.
Receiving data from InSight is only part of the equation. JPL scientists must also be able to feed the spacecraft commands. In other words, they need to tell it what to do. And so we're standing here on the observation deck, and we can see a model of the spacecraft that's actually up on Mars as we speak, right?
That's right. It's up there doing its thing right now. This is our engineering model. This is where we test all of our commands and activities before we tell the spacecraft on Mars to do it. And this is what we've been actually working down here for about 3 years now. We put this model together before we put the actual spacecraft together, so that we could sort of learn how to operate and learn especially how to deploy our instruments. That's one of our big operations on this mission.
In order to make these test runs as realistic as possible, JPL has created a Marsscape that tries to simulate the area around InSight as accurately as possible.
What we needed to do is, once we landed on Mars, we took a lot of pictures, including pictures with sort of stereo overlap, so we can get a 3D look. And we put those together and ran them through a HoloLens so that we could then make the land in front of our test lander here exactly like the landform on Mars, so that when you put the seismometer down, you have the ground where it's actually going to be. And so we got in here with our HoloLens glasses and projected the 3D image of where the surface is supposed to be, and then we took our rakes and our shovels and kind of filled it up where it was high and scooped it out when it's low, and that was a lot of fun because you sort of have this this image of the surface, and you put your hand in. It's like you're putting your arm down through the ground, and then you could feel the other ground underneath it, and then you just bring it up to match.
JPL's InSight mission is scheduled for 728 days, or 709 sols, though JPL has a track record of building spacecraft that last far beyond their warranty. In the meantime, it will soon be getting company. The next Mars rover mission is already being planned for sometime in the early 2020s. And be it here on Earth, up on Mars, or far, far beyond, the scientists at JPL will continue to ask questions about our universe and explore it to find the answers. Is that part of what drives you?
I love Mars. Mars is my favorite planet, but I think, the thing that drives me is just the going into the unknown. I mean, just Mars is plenty unknown, but I get really fascinated by the other missions that NASA's flying. I mean, going to Pluto and seeing Pluto for the first time and all the weird kind of landforms there, thinking about, going out to asteroids. I mean, anywhere no one's gone before, that's what I want to look at.
Hello and welcome to Nairobi. I invite you to be part of something that truly matters. The Connected Africa Summit 2026, to be held in Nairobi from the 27th to 30th April 2026.
It's more than an event. It is where ideas meet opportunity
and unlock solutions that drive inclusive growth.
Let's get connected in Connected Africa Summit 2026. Meet you there.
Blessings, good people. Zion training come on your way. Dandia Twende.
The very best of roots and culture.
Reggae and positive vibes.
Reggae in the bathroom, reggae in the bedroom. Kila Weno from 10 p.m. This is Inayad Extra. Nawaga very bad.
I'm a number African. With I and I, Mali Moses, the positive warrior, alongside the baddest.
DJ D-Rage from the mix each and every time. Nimbaya.
We are here and we are strong. Let's be counted as we move on. Make a difference, change lives as we tell our different stories. We are capable, beautiful. We are born to do great things. We're unstoppable, incredible. 'Cause we're differently abled, differently.
Hello and welcome to the premier show on disability issues in Kenya. My name is Jane Theuri. Let's get started.
Differently abled, differently.
The Master Empowerment Center, a community-based organization in Kenya, has been in the forefront in providing a number of programs to foster inclusion and economic empowerment for persons with disabilities. Take a look at that story.
The Master Empowerment Center has been home to many. With an aim to protect persons with disabilities, the center is working towards supporting caregivers who have been neglected by society.
Our basic idea was to reach out to them with mental health programs
because in our mind was like, if we empower the caregivers, they'll be able to serve the person with disability very well.
From the community where they come from, especially where we have low self-awareness about disability, they are stigmatized by people. Another issue, we have the financial challenges. Most of the caregivers are not employed, so they struggle so much so that they can get funds to cater for their kids for therapy. Yeah. Another issue is the burnouts. You get having a kid living with disability, most of the time we'll have to carry the kid for therapy. You don't have time for yourself.
First of all, take them through the mental health programs to stabilize them. That is acceptance. They need to accept the situation that they are in. Then number 2, to socialize, to be able to socialize with other people and the community, because they always hide because of stigma. And number 3, to change their view of life.
To help them achieve future independence and stability, the center offers vocational training and therapy sessions to both persons with disabilities and their caregivers.
Nimejifunzia hapa kushona, hata nguo yenye niko nayo nimejishonea, kwa hivyo nimefaidika hapa kwa sababu wakati nilikuja nilijifunza na nikajua kushona. Ukiangalia hata msichana wangu ile nguo amevaa ni mimi nimeshona.
We also have a medication part of it, and the devices, the mobility devices like wheelchairs, the crutches. We thank God for the partners who have come through for us, and we are able to provide to them. But there is also a cost that would involve bringing them here, assembling them, and other specialized wheelchairs that are not available for donations that we need to buy. So that has been a challenge to meet that need that they need for devices. Others need diapers, like cerebral palsy. They do diapers throughout, they do medication throughout, and these are the basic necessities that they lack, that we are not able to meet and we are not able to mitigate. We also have a physiotherapy here. Initially it used to be 300%, but with the donor funding streaming now, we are left to ask them to do a small registration, which we used to receive 100 beneficiaries per week, and now they have slimmed down to 40 per week, meaning that we've lost 60 of them that are outside there, and we are fearing of secondary disability.
Kwa mtoto wangu anasimama na anatembea na kitu kama ni meza, akishuka kwa kitanda anashuka mwenyewe akipanda. So wakati nimekuja hapa ameimprove kwa sababu miguu zake ni kama zilikuwa nzito. Nilikuja hapa walinipea walker, so anaitumia nyumbani. Naweza enda hata 50 minutes kuinje tu tukizunguka na yeye achoki, mimi ndio nachoka. So finally ninamwachisha ile yeye anataka tu atembee. Sasa hata ukiingia kwa nyumba unakuta miguu anaimove very fast more than there before. There before ilikuwa nzito. Hata ukimshika mtembee utasonga na mwili, miguu imebaki nyuma. Lakini sasa ukimshika dakika moja. So mimi naona nimesaidika. With time naona hata haiwezi take long kabla hajatembea.
Zile course nimesoma hapa, nimesoma computer. Zimenisaidia kujua mambo mengi ya digital na kutafuta kama kazi, nisapatafuta kazi online, na mambo mengi nisafanya na computer. Nimeweza kusomea hapa masters. Ya pili nikasomea mambo ya bakery na food. So naweza pika chakula, naweza enda mahali kazi na nipike na nibake cake.
He encourages other persons with disabilities to join such initiatives to be independent.
Hao watoto wanafaa kama ni courses, unaweza fanya courses mzuri sana kama hata hawezi fanya course ya stima ya yoyote, beadwork anaweza fanya. So waseme hakuna kazi na waache kuomba mtu ajifanyie kitu na hiyo mikono yake.
Parents are advised to bring their children for therapy sessions, as these programs are very important for their growth.
They should seek early intervention for some reasons, like to prevent severity of the conditions. Another one, the brain develops during the early stages of the kid.
Disability is not inability. There are so many things. If they can join like master empowerment, their failures way is they can be taught how to do the detergent. They can take it around if you are not physical, because disability they are
experience disability. Maybe the one for mobility can be maybe a big challenges.
Don't just stay alone. Look for help outside there. Those who are allowed our place can come to our center. We may not give you all the 100% help, but we can direct you to where you can get help. You can find others who have a similar cases, and you can be able to talk, and you realize you're not the only person facing that challenge, and you'll be able to meet the needs that you have.
The executive director calls on the government for support and improve infrastructure in public spaces, such as churches and high-rise buildings, to make them friendly for persons with disabilities.
The policy makers, I would urge you to include caregivers in this disability card, the PWD cards, because someone with disability will take 20 years of caretaking. If it's a young child, the mother will need to take them to school on a daily basis until they are like 20 years. Some will use diapers. And when we offer the card to the child, without including the name of the caregiver here, they are not recognized because they are not disabled. But the person who is shouldering all the burden is the caregiver. I would urge the government, let's include caregivers. We have all the mechanisms of establishing who is the legal caregiver of that person. And I would urge the government also to enhance the implementation of the policies of inclusivity in our public spaces. For example, every church at least to have a wheelchair for a person with disability, and a changing room and a toilet, because the kind of buildings that we are having here, they don't have any space for persons with disability. The high-rise buildings, do they have elevators for persons with disability? Meaning that much has been done, but still a lot needs to be done to make them accessible.
Let's catch a breather, but we'll be back shortly. Stay tuned.
Differently abled, differently.
Got the fear of missing out? Want to keep up with all the latest entertainment news and latest celebrity gossip? From the latest rumors to popping events to the newest fashion trends, here is where you get all the tea or juice when it comes to entertainment, and you get it served on time. All that and so much more on Grapevine every single Monday only on KBC Channel 1. Remember, if you did not see it on Grapevine, then it most probably never happened.
Differently abled, differently.
Welcome back. For quite some time, special education hasn't been well embraced in our societies. Bloom Gardens Academy is changing this narrative by offering an education system and therapy programs that cater for children on the spectrum. Take a look at that story.
For many children with autism, cerebral palsy and other disabilities, learning goes beyond the classroom and textbooks. At Bloom Gardens Autism Academy, children have a place where therapy and life skills help them grow and become independent.
What happens here is one early intervention from the age of 3. I think our youngest earlier was 2.5, but now our youngest is 3 to 15 at this campus. We have the Bloom Garden International School, where the age still lies from the age of 4 onwards to 15. And then we have 16 years and above at the Bloom Garden Vocational Training Center. So what happens here is early intervention, differentiated learning. We have in-house therapies, which is OT, which is occupational therapy, speech therapy. We have music therapy, kids learning how to play instruments. We have what again differentiates us with other institutions is the small ratio in a class, which is quite manageable with our teachers. Beyond classroom, the class perspective is academics, as you knew. But for us, we do holistic learning. So things like showering is done in school, which again, when the child is at home, it's quite easy for the parent because the child has learned how to do that. Behavior management, for kids on the spectrum, even sitting in a restaurant and having a meal, it takes a lot. But you get a call and a parent says, hey, we travel by the train, which is around 7 hours, and the child was seated. We went to a restaurant, the child was seated. There was no messes when eating. So those are the things that you see them happening outside the school environment that shapes what we do as Bloom Garden schools.
The Academy provides speech and occupational therapy along with special teaching styles from well-trained professionals to help the children in communication, self-expression and follow daily routines.
Let me just talk about the 3 schools again. I know I talked about Bloom Garden Autism Academy, where we do early intervention and we do more functional academics supported by occupational therapy, speech therapy, sensory integration therapy, music therapy. And we still do a lot of extracurricular, which is swimming, skating. There are those who are doing still music on a personal level of learning an instrument. And then Bloom Garden International School, it's more of academic, but still supporting kids who have special needs. So we do the Dexel curriculum and Cambridge curriculum. And so again, in that institution, we have speech therapy, occupational therapy. All the therapies offered at the Bloom Garden Autism Academy are still offered at the Bloom Garden International School. And then lastly, we have the Bloom Garden Vocational Training Center. So that one, it's more of teaching young adults and teens, preparing them for work. So courses like IT, which is ICT, music, there are those who are doing purely music, learning instruments. And then we have food preparation, serving. So all those hand activities, the beading, the housekeeping, all courses are done there. And at the end of the course, our examination board is NITA, and the students do exams. And at the end of that, we are hoping that we'll also get them employment. Yeah, so other programs that are running in the school, we have the Malaysia program, which starts come February. Yeah, so just training the caregivers, the nannies at home on what autism is, and also other special needs, so that they're able to also transition what is happening in school to the home environment. Yeah, because sometimes you find there's a gap between what is done in school and at home. So we are trying also to bridge that gap. Yeah.
According to the speech and language therapist, the sessions focus on helping students to express themselves clearly and interact with confidence.
We have like an holistic approach that we use here. If you looked around, you saw that we have, we don't just have teachers in this organization, we also have therapists who are helping us with other things like maybe emotional regulation, or maybe there are kids who have issues with their muscles and all that. So we are helping kids to learn how to, navigate from the classroom to out there. The world may not be ready for them, so we prepare them for the world. For instance, we have some students who may be nonverbal. So what do? Sometimes you find that some kids are not able to eventually become verbal, so we train them. There are so many other ways that a kid can communicate. It's not just verbally. So we incorporate things like picture exchange communication. We incorporate things like augmented alternative communication, that is using tablets. So whichever way they come to communicate, we are okay with it. So we are preparing them for the outside world with the skills that we are instilling here.
The occupational therapist explains how these lessons teach essential tasks, such as dressing and eating.
As the therapy department, one of our main focus is supporting our children or our students to be able to achieve independence and the necessary skills that are required for them to be able to thrive in their life and in this environment. As a matter of fact, Bloom Garden Schools, as the word suggests, is an umbrella that supports children with various special needs. So we have children who are on the autism spectrum disorder, some who have postural disorders like cerebral palsy, and many other conditions that you'd find in this school, including intellectual disorders and learning difficulties as well. So the therapy department specifically comes in to support our students in those various areas. Because when you mention a condition like autism, for instance, we are working with children who have limitations in social interactions, communications, and at times sensory processing issues. So our main goal is to identify what is it that is making this student to be unable to play, to be unable to sit down in class for the required time, and to be unable to engage in their basic activities of daily living, including feeding, bathing, toileting, and even dressing. So the therapy department particularly comes in to support our children to be able to achieve those very, very skills. So how we do it is tailored training on those different areas. Is a child having sensory processing issues, whether they are having hypersensitivities or hyposensitivities as well, we come in handy to just support children to be able to be at equilibrium as far as sensory processing is concerned on their very end. So that comes with tailoring their programs in terms of offering just the right input for them to be able to even sit still in class and not be hyperactive in that case, if they are having a lot of overstimulations from the environment that is limiting their abilities to be able to sit still in class and go about that. Well, some would manifest with other needs when it comes to activities of daily living. For instance, a child is unable to feed. So us as the therapy department, working hand in hand with our teachers, you see, for them, they are focusing on ensuring that this student learns. But if a student is unable to feed as appropriate because either they are a picky eater or because they are not accustomed to certain textures of certain foods, so us is to come and study this child and understand why is it that this child is unable to engage in this important occupation called feeding, and give necessary recommendations, and also work hand in hand with this child to determine, is it an issue to do with oral motor muscle strength, for instance, or is it an issue to do with this child doesn't like certain foods and he prefers these types of foods? Are we able to give recommendations tailored on that particular bit? So our goal as the therapy department basically is to come up with an individualized education plan that supports our students in their various needs, because most of our children would have very diverse needs. So ours is to identify those needs and support the teachers to be able to enhance attention, to be able to enhance engagement in activities of daily living, to be able to try and support these children in their sensory processing issues, so that at the end of the day, these students are still able to learn a skill. They're able to still thrive in this environment and communicate even out by themselves when they are at such like a point.
Nahungu Magero says the academy has helped both her and her son as she practices what the school teaches at home to support her son's daily habits.
I brought my son to Bloom's Academy when he just turned about 10. So he'll be turning 13 in a week's time. But some of the challenges that come with autism that a parent is always able to pick. The first one is always around speech. You realize that my son is at a certain age, at that time he was like about 3 years, but he's not able to speak or to communicate. So of course, if you're not able to communicate, it also affects how you are interacting or how you're socializing with your peers. The challenges are there, and they differ as the child grows, in the different stages of life. Because I remember for Issa, one of the challenges I faced with him that made me realize there's something different about him was his inability to communicate or even to make sounds, to even call me mama. That was one of the things I like, okay, he's turning 3, he's turning 4, but he's not able to do that. You find, at that stage where children are expected to be very social, to interact and play with others, he really preferred to play by himself and do an activity over and over and over. For example, we'll always be playing with cables. Another challenge is the social interaction was missing. You could see it even when his other kids. You expect him to be playing and enjoying himself, but he would prefer to isolate himself. Some of the simple daily tasks you would expect someone like even how to use the spoon, like he would really struggle to put the spoon in his mouth. He would be very selective with the kind of foods that he would want to eat because of the texture. And all these things, you can see it's really connected to the brain. He had challenges with sleeping. There are times he would be up the whole night, either laughing the whole night or crying the whole night. So by morning, he becomes tired or fatigued. So for him to interact in the daily activities the following day, that would also become a challenge. Like even before he came to Bloom Gardens, like I remember Issa wasn't able to even button a shirt or even dress himself properly. So those are some of the things that the school has really enabled him in terms of his daily activities. Because one of the things that you really want as a parent is your child independence. So you might take it for granted, like every child is able to dress themselves, but a child with autism, those are some of the challenges that they face on a daily.
The principal emphasizes for parents and caregivers to start these programs early, as it really contributes to the growth of the children.
First thing is you always seek help from the doctors, because they're the first people to diagnose what condition the child has, and then get a good school. I know there are people who advise against the special schools, but what stands out in a special school is that one-on-one interaction of the teacher and the pupil, which again you will not find it in a regular setup. And things like toileting will be done in a special school very well. The special needs teacher will not get tired of a child who is still learning how to use the toilet. So I'll advise to always also do a lot of research for the parent. There are so many researchers outside there against the special needs schools. There is research on medications that you can use that will help cure. So do research before you give even the child or the medications that have been talked about.
Let's take a look at the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities.
Article 7 of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities state that state parties shall take all necessary measures to ensure the full enjoyment by children with disabilities of all human rights and fundamental freedoms on an equal basis with other children.
On Disability Pet Peeve today, we highlight the issue of social isolation in schools. This is whereby you'll find that disabled and non-disabled children are segregated in that they're not sharing the same space, which is so unfair. In schools, children should interact and engage with one another despite whether you have a disability or not, because at the end of the day, they're there to learn from each other. We've come to the end of the episode for today, but be sure to join us every other Saturday as per usual. I've been your host, Jane Theory. Goodbye.
We are here and we are strong. Let's be counted as we move on. Make a difference, change lives as we tell our different stories. We are capable, beautiful. We are born to do great things. We're unstoppable, incredible. 'cause we're differently abled, differently.
Hello and welcome to Nairobi. I invite you to be part of something that truly matters. The Connected Africa Summit 2026, to be held in Nairobi from the 27th